listening to Dennis Sperling. Shout out to Dennis Sperling podcast. Let me turn this off because I'm gonna get copyrighted by him. But yeah, shout out to Dennis Sperling. He's a black lawyer, does a podcast. He's also written a few books. He still has a law practice in, I think, several states, but he's based in Texas and also lives in the DR sometimes. So he considers himself he considers himself a passport bro. So I'm about to eat, guys, and you're gonna see me eat some food that I haven't done this for a long time on video. But I'm hungry and no time to to waste. This is the ask me anything format for Saturday, just because I don't have a specific topic, but I'm willing to broach topics that I've been asked in the past. So while I do so, I might snack a little bit on this Jollibee chicken here. It's the Jollibee gravy and the Jollibee chicken. Has a flag to show you it's spicy. Shout out to Jollibee chicken. The chicken Jollibee chicken joy. Bought a whole bucket home for the family. Uh, and went to the comic book store. A different one this time. Not Third Eye, but a place in Columbia, Maryland. They also have another location in Sykesville, Carroll County. Mm. I'm forgetting my Tagalog for delicious. I'll remember it soon. Probably after I eat all of this. And that's it. Sorry, something was wrong with the Wi-Fi. Yeah, this is spicy. It has kick to it. Whoever made this said, yeah, if they want spicy, we'll give them spicy. It's actually spicier than the Jollibees I've had in the Philippines. But again, this is Ask Me Anything Saturday, so you know, ask me away. When you see this flag, you know it's spicy. Plant that in the chicken, especially if you get mixed. So I got mixed, so I can share it with the family. They all have health problems, so they can't eat spicy. So I mainly eat the spicy, and they can have the plain. Total Texas, have a good weekend. Thanks, Total Tech. Meanwhile, I think I'm gonna put on some lo-fi, really low. I don't know anything about Bill Belichick. I'm not a sports person. I think that's a coach or something. No, I don't want to hear a joke because it's probably gonna be racist and stupid. So, no thanks. And by the way, my moderators let me know ahead of time that who the people who are in several live streams and what they say in these other live streams. So I'm already hip to what some people are going to do before they appear in my videos. I mean, in my live streams. How many push-ups can I do? Um, I've done over 100 in one set. But if you want to sign up for a membership, I literally have a video where I show how many push-ups I can do. Problem was I did it right after I ate. So it didn't go as well as I thought it would. Want a good lo-fi. Oh, this is a new one. Afro lo-fi. Right, let's try this. If it's not racist, you can say the joke. But if it's racist or if it's somehow inappropriate, and when I say inappropriate, I don't mean like cuss words. I don't care. Like I'm not I'm not a kid. I don't mind cuss words or offensive terms. But if it's gonna be something that's a racial slur or something like that, I'm not. No. I don't even know how to say your name to give you a shout out. But you want a shout out? Ask me in a super. Give me a super sticker. Lydia Calais has says, "Do you have a wife?" Yes, I do. I've shown many videos of her in my on my channel, and she's appeared in a few live streams with me. Tech S is top 5 rappers. Um, Biggie, Tupac, of course. Big L. Where's this come from? Oh, who else? J.A.C, Nas. Oh, let me change the filter, guys, so I can make sure I'm getting all the messages. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, that's better. M. Dot says I have a joke. He says I like when my mom goes out of town because I can get to sleep on her side of the bed. Okay. Jay, Jay says people be horrid. Yeah. Wilmar says good morning, watching you from Philippines. What's up, Wilmar? Wilmar, you see I'm eating Jollibees? Jollibee America, but my first time eating Jollibees was in the Philippines, so this is not my first time having Jollibees, the American version. I like the original Philippine version because you can get the Happy Meals with the Jollibee toys, um, stuff like that. And I think they have like the breakfast menu. They don't have a breakfast menu here. I don't think so. Early I went to the store, Walmart, and the Jollibees here in Maryland. It's the only one in Maryland, in Wheaton, Maryland. It was actually voted as best. Oh, sorry. I think I was covering the mic, so if you guys didn't hear me, sorry about that. Anyway, let me restate. So my first time eating Jollibees was in the Philippines 7 years ago. So this is here in America in Wheat. This was from Wheaton, Maryland. This is the only Jollibees in the state of Maryland, and it was voted best fried chicken in the country by the newspaper USA Today last 2 weeks ago. No, no lie. This was voted the best fried chicken in the country. This particular store in Maryland. I was my mother was surprised because she came to the Philippines and fried Jollibees. Excuse me, tried Jollibee's, and she didn't think it was that great. But I was like, Mom, you gotta understand. I said it's rare here, especially in this part of the country, because most of them are in California and in New Jersey. They just opened one in New York City a few years ago, and it was like a really big, grand opening that they talked about even overseas because it was open in Times Square. And then the only one they had near us was in North Virginia. So this is the first one in Maryland, and it's already been voted the best fried chicken in the country. So, oh, Tego is trolling, so he can go bye bye. Um, Akbar says hi there. What's up? I'm not saying people saying Mr. Clean. I have hair, dummies. Why don't you take your dumb fucking ass somewhere else? You fucking incel. You can only make jokes online because you're a fucking loser in real life. What is your favorite food place? Um, mm, I'm gonna, I'm gonna say McDonald's just because of the nostalgia as a kid, and I still go there sometimes to get Happy Meals. I just got one a month ago because they had this Happy Meal where they fused Hello Kitty with Yu-Gi-Oh. So all the different Yu-Gi-Oh cards you could play were fused with Hello Kitty. So the first one was the Dark Magician, which is Yugi's favorite card in the show, and I think in the manga as well. And that's as a black man eating fried chicken is racist, my guy. No, you're racist for thinking it's racist. Literally everyone across the world eats fried chicken. If you fucking traveled out of your fucking community once in your life, you would know that, M. Dot. This is from Jollibee's, which is literally a Filipino based fast food chain, which has gone global, which I first ate in the Philippines. The Filipinos like fried chicken more than we do here in America. Literally every restaurant you go to serves fried chicken. McDonald's serves it, Burger King serves it, Wendy's serves it, 7-Eleven serves it. So that's your fucking fault if you think it's racist. Maybe you need to get a passport, because I have mine, my brother, my friend. I have my fucking passport. I've traveled the world, and literally everywhere I go, people eat fried chicken. So why the fuck should I care about what you think, what other Americans think, who are a bunch of fucking rednecks fucking their fucking sisters, talking about black people eat fried chicken with an IQ of 70. Meanwhile, I'm catching flights. You're catching feelings. They did have spaghetti. Yep. It's called Jolly Spaghetti. Their spaghetti is different because it's actually the type of spaghetti you would give like a little kid. So it has cut up hot dogs in it, and they use something called banana ketchup in the sauce. Banana ketchup was a huge staple in the Philippines during an era where there was a lot of starvation going on, and this woman came up with banana ketchup. So it makes the sauce sweet, and that makes up the spaghetti. They eat spaghetti instead of a main dish. They eat it as a side dish over there. So when I was at the restaurant, I ordered a fried chicken sandwich. I ordered the spaghetti, the Jolly spaghetti, and the adobo rice. The only thing I forgot to get was a yum burger. I'll get that next time. And it was my friend's first time going. He was definitely impressed with the food. He got the ube pie. If you don't know what ube is, it's similar to it's sometimes called a purple yam. It's a tuber that looks just like a yam or sweet potato, but it's purple. And they made it into a pie. You can also get a peach mango pie. But he was curious because he never had ube before. I've had it as a drink, which I wasn't impressed. No, I'm sorry. It was taro I had as a drink, not ube. Or it had ube in it. I can't remember. It was either taro or taro and ube mixed. Either way, I didn't like it. But the people there at Jollibee said it's actually good, the pie, because it's actually sweetened. So, Wimmer says, if you try to visit Philippines, so very beautiful here. No, I've lived there, Wimmer. I've lived there. I have a house there right now in Bulacan. No says they know there's someone's grandma cooking fried chicken at some neighborhood restaurant. Maybe. Kayla says what? Oh, you already asked me that. So Face Tomato Nose says hello. What's up? Aaron says call my name. I subbed by the. Thank you, Aaron. Shout out to you for that. M. Dot says American Psycho vibes. Don't give a fuck. You're the one talking about someone's racist for eating fried chicken. One of the biggest, one of the biggest comfort foods internationally. But I'm the psycho. Okay, you don't even know. You can't even define a psychopath. Kayla says I like Yu-Gi-Oh. What's up? That's cool. Aaron says you're balding. Literally, I'm not. I just cut my hair close. I cut my hair close because I'm not some faggot Gen Z like you are. Gen X, we don't give a fuck what you think. We really don't. We were born in a time where we don't give a fuck about your feelings, and we never will. I just get a, I just get a regular, and I get it close to the grain. Not because I'm balding, because it's manageable. You would know that if you were ever in the military. No knows his favorite food place is hard today. I was feeling pizza some days. I want Mexican food. I think it's just what you're craving. That's fair. He says, I'm not black, I'm Asian. Okay. So now I'm not black. Well, tell my ancestors that. Because I've actually done my genetic background through the National Geographic Project. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Kayla says, do you know what Riz means? I know what it means. I like to say swag, though. But that sounds cooler than Riz. Riz sounds like someone jizzed on you. Like, I prefer swag. Or whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you know, I bagged the wife, so I'm not worried about it. You know what I mean? The turtle says black is beauty, black is power. Word up. Kale says, do you know? Yeah, I think you answered that. Asked me that twice. I'm just 5 minutes behind in the conversation, guys, because I'm reading everyone's comments and I'm replying to them in real time. So it's gonna put me 5 minutes behind. But I'm seeing everyone's messages. Turtle says black people love good brain. I don't know what that means because that can be interpreted a couple of different ways. So No says, I'm whiter than a sheet of paper and I love fried chicken, lol. Right. People make these associations from stuff that came 30 years ago before they. Most of these people talking this trash weren't even born when these stereotypes came out. And like I said, literally, if you if you ever lived in the American South, everyone eats fried chicken. Everyone eats fried chicken down south. The white people make the chicken just as good as the black people do down south. And that's facts. So guys, if you get the fried chicken there, you gotta dip it in this gravy. Okay. They that's when you know you've been around Filipinos. Like you start dipping it in the gravy along with the fries and the rice. They mix it all together. Mm. Corn Plum says finally a bigger. I'll scroll through like 5 Jews in a row. Well, you're a troll and you'll keep trolling and you'll keep scrolling because you're banned. What makes you think I don't have Jewish ancestry? X Vision says, hey. This is funny. So Akil says, I visited my new friend in his apartment. He told me to make myself at home, so I threw him out. I hate having visitors. That's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. Um, Kayla says, what? I was saying, yes, I know what Riz means. I know what it's pretty common. Like it's been around so long. They've defined that, like they've literally defined Riz in the New York Times last year. Like old people know what Riz means now. They just don't like using it. Boeing says, why are you black? Same reason your mother likes sucking my dick. Madness says, hey from New York, what's up, Madness? Is having a good time, buddy? Yes, indeed. As soon as I'm done eating, I'm gonna show you guys my new comic book I just got today. New for me, but not a new comic book. X Vision. I don't. I'm not gay, brother. So you need to move. You need to move on somewhere else with that fugazi, fanuke stuff. It's not working over here, bro. And you glad my moderators aren't in here because they would boot you out quicker than I can see the comments. Jose says got some weed. No, go ask your father if you can find them. I'm an athlete. I don't smoke. I don't drink. Not a loser like you. Kayla says no. What to X Vision calling you cute? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is some troll who's about to go on now that I've kicked him off. He's probably gonna go on Pornhub and look for a BBC up Twink's ass. because that's what he's hoping for. Just another internet incel. Although I think maybe we should be nicer to incels so they stop shooting up the schools and shit with their AR-15s. And they have to get AR-15s because they can't shoot worth shit, so they can't get like a single shot, a, a, a like a single pump shotgun, or I don't know, something that takes a little more skill. But it's incels like these people who will end up shooting up a church or a school or a restaurant because they're losers and no one takes them serious in real world. In the real world, there's some fat person that was teased all life, never got pussy, unless it was from his sister. Known as true, my grandma's mom came from Missouri during the Great Depression to California. My grandma's had her recipe and her fried chicken was better than any restaurant. I bet it was more definitely. I'm pretty sure it was. I already banned this guy. Yep, I did. Um, X Vision says I'm a female. Excuse me. X Vision doesn't sound like the username of a female. And even if you were, again, I'm literally married. I've already said that early in the stream. Even though I wasn't married, I wouldn't try to hook up with a random person on a live stream. That's mad weird. And it's mad suspect. Like, more than likely the person's a catfish or an agent. Try somewhere else. Try somewhere else, Diddy. Try again, Diddy. Nice try, Diddy. Kayla says X Vision, I'm a girl too. I believe Kayla's a girl because she literally uses her actual name or something that sounds like her real name. But X Vision doesn't sound like something a girl. I could be wrong, but you have to realize from my perspective, it's smart for me to be cynical. People come here and troll all the time. You've just seen a few trolls in the chat room, right? So I assume people sitting there flirting with me are typically guys trolling me. So if I'm wrong, I apologize. But I'm married anyway. But appreciate it. Kayla says, but you are weird, X Vision. X Vision says, this man is so disrespectful. Yes, I am. I'm Gen X. We are not nice. We were not nice when we were younger. We're not nicer now. We've never been nice. You should probably read about Gen X because I'm pretty sure you're a Gen Z person, whether you're male or female. I don't know because you Gen Z got like 58 different genders to try to straighten out. So y'all can straighten that out with all the different letters and numbers and different symbols you want to create. Maybe you'll start using the symbol that Prince started using back in the day. I don't know. But in any case, we're not nice. We're not understanding. We don't care. Our parents were cruel to us and left us alone. There were commercials on TV 10 o'clock at night in the 80s telling parents, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? That was our generation. So we're not soft. We're not going to coddle you. Sorry. Jose said, show ban for saying that, you ignorant idiot. Jose, shut the fuck up, you fucking wetback. piece of shit, border crossing, illegal immigrant, girl, little girl, fucking faggot. Get off my fucking live channel. Ban these nuts in your mouth and let them rotate 180 degrees into this part of your mouth, 180 degrees into this part of your mouth, and let the 9-inch fall all the way down your throat so it can tickle it right there. Let's do that, okay? Then you want to get that little cream pie that goes all up in your lungs. How about that one? Schmuck. Anyway, X Vision says I'm Taylor, whatever, whatever. I don't care. I knew you as a guy. Get, chat room. Did I not just say this person was really a dude? Did I not call it? Did I not call it? These these people have low IQ and they don't. Who did this person think they were fooling? This person is a low IQ person from the beginning. Nowhere is no point in which I believe this was a female. It's a troll. You're on other live streams trolling. You're not fooling anyone. You're stupid. I'm smarter than you. I'm older than you. And the reason I know you're stupid is because my generation has an average higher IQ than your generation does. You're fucking dumb. And I hope your genetic line dies out with you. Johnny West says microwave ain't nothing but a clock that can cook food. No, not really. Microwave cooks food by actually stimulating stimulating it from a molecular level because it literally works on microwaves that jiggles it the contents, which makes them heat up. Whereas a convectional oven, I'm sorry, heats stuff up by heating the air around it. So they're not exactly the same as a clock, not remotely. Dude says, and then this little faggot says, I'm eating chicken like a loser. You're the loser. You're the one pretending to be a female. You fucking cocksucker. On top of that, the chicken I got was rated literally the best chicken in the country. If people don't believe me, go to Google right now. Google USA Today rates best fried chicken in the country. It's gonna point to Jollibee in Wheaton, Maryland. That's where I just went. So I literally got the best rated chicken in the country. Meanwhile, you're trying to troll someone pretending to be a female because you're a fucking faggot who likes to suck BBC and you can't get it. Anxiety ZK says I'm Gen X. This was up. Kayla says X Killer, chill out. No, they just get booted once I see them, Kayla. I'm not sweating them. You can't bother someone like me. Like I don't respect keyboard warriors because at the end of the day, they're not gonna say this in my face. I'm in better physical shape than they are. I can fight. I have tools. We'll just say that. I'm not gonna say what tools, but I have tools. So not worry about them. Charles says, bro, back up. I can see your brain. Okay, then I'm not gonna say that. Timothy Riley says Batman, right? You know it. Killer says, okay, sorry, I guess. Ex killer. And so I'm probably get some more food in a minute, but until then, S, let me get rid of ex killer because this is obviously another troll. It's the same guys. It's the same person. It's the same person with a different username. They just keep coming back under different names because they literally have nothing else better to do. They're a loser. They're an incel. Someone who can't function in real life, who probably walks around in a fucking trench coat with a chin beard and showers every 3 or 4 days, if that. Johnny says it's a good thing they have text because I would have to scream at you on the phone with them tiny ass ears. Oh, I can hear perfectly, but you don't have to worry about me anymore, bruh. Kayla says no, I like a cuter guy already, ex killer. I'm not asking anyone to think I'm cute or like me. Definitely not. And I know it's gonna be mostly trolls because only trolls will have nothing else better to do than jump on ex someone's sorry live stream whom they don't aren't familiar with their content. I think they're gonna pop slick. Kayla says he's not that too much to me, not to be mean. No offense taken. Again, I'm not here to try to be someone's attraction. And Kayla, the person you're talking to is a man. Hope you realize that ex killer or whatever, anyone ex killer, ex vision, all those people, those are all men, Kayla. Those aren't girls. You're talking to men who are trolling. Those are men. Those are not girls. No, those people are girls. Dean says, wow. I don't know what the wow is about. Probably something offensive that I said. But again, I'm Gen X. I'm going to say offensive stuff because my generation didn't hold back. If people want to troll, I can troll harder. KFC's my chicken is the effing best. I'm sorry, KFC, but nah, you're not beating Jollibees. Now, in the Philippines, you're I, honestly, I would say KFC Philippines is better than Jollibee in the Philippines, but over here, Jolly Jollibee America is better than American KFC. Dean says chicken look good, 100% Negro. Yeah, your mother likes 100% Negro in her ass too, especially when she, especially when she's getting it double penetration. David Hook says, "You born again in Christ?" No, sir, I am not. I am not religious, my friend. If you are, then kudos to you. I don't knock anyone who's devout in their faith, but that is not me, my guy. Kayla says, ex killer is gone. Yeah, I banned him. He's a guy. He's saying I'm cute, and he's trying to convince you that I'm cute the same way X Vision was saying it. It's this. These are the same trolls, and they're guys. None of them were girls. You're probably literally the only girl in the chat. Jim says you look like the kind of guy who plays. Nah, not remotely, bro. Angel says tools don't make you a man. No, my skill set does. You can't. The fact that I run at least 10 kilometers every fucking day, at least 10. 10 is the minimum. Every day. That's what makes me who I am. The fact that I'm fucking college educated and I'm smarter than you. And I don't give a fuck what you think because my generation wasn't coddled. That's what makes me a man. And that I have a higher testosterone level than you do. If you're a millennial or Gen Z, my testosterone level is higher than yours. AJ Martin says hello. Dean says man got titties. No. Dude, sign up for my memberships. You're gonna see how many push-ups I do. I also do. And I have no shirt on in my member only videos where I'm giving people martial arts and fitness instruction. I do one where I show people how to do army PT stretching. I do one where I'm showing people some basic Muay Thai techniques. Then I do one where I'm showing how many push-ups I can do. I have another one I'm going to do, but I'm going to release that to everyone. It won't be a members only video where I'm doing pull-ups. Uh, I have another one that's up as well, showing me doing one arm push-ups. Um, I'm planning on doing another members only video where I'm probably going to show people just defensive tactics. Um, and I have another martial arts only. It'll be for everyone where I'm showing people uh, a JKD shadow boxing routine. And I don't know where people keep getting receding hairline. You just can't see my hairline because, again, some of it is gray, and I have it close. I have it close to the grain. I'm not going to sit here and show my whole freaking head just to please someone who thinks I'm balding, because you are raised in a generation where you all got to wear a lot of hair like a bunch of little faggots. So, anyway, David Hook says heaven and hell are real. I don't know. I just know what we go through here on earth can be heaven or hell. Can't be concerned about what happens afterwards. That's here nor there to me. AJ Martin says, where Diddy at, Maine? You know where he's at. He's locked up in Rikers. he's, he's in Rikers with no bail. And apparently, one of the people he's locked up with is the crypto scammer, um, Sam. What's his name? Sam Bankman Fried. He's locked up in the same on the on the same tier as that guy. I don't think they share a cell. I think they share the same tier, because I'm guessing that tier is all for like the elite criminals, like people who are like high tier people. So they, well, not high tier. They're on the same tier, but they're all like um, public public figures. So I'm guessing they put all the people who are public figures and notable people on one tier where they can be protected from the general population. I'm guessing. Cool Cat Renee says you are a very handsome man. Thank you, Cool Cat Renee. Appreciate it. AJ says you don't know my pronouns. I don't care what your pronouns are. I don't care. Like, I'll refer to anyone however they want to be referred to, but that doesn't mean that I want to take it seriously. AJ Martin says you burn piece of popcorn. Yeah, but I'm smarter than you. I look better than you. I'm in better shape than you. I can fight. I can reason better than you. I'm making money doing this while you're sitting here talking to me. So looks like I'm on the winning end of things and you're not, AJ. Tim Tenches says, bro, if you was a Disney princess, you would be Princess Fiona. Really? You're kind of stupid because Princess Fiona wasn't a Disney princess, dumb fuck. That was DreamWorks. DreamWorks is the rival to Disney. Literally, the people who left Disney went and formed DreamWorks. So she's not even a Disney princess, you stupid fuck. Empty Skull says they're eating the dogs, but Empty Skull, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets to the people who live out there. Like, please stop. I don't think they're eating the pets, but they are definitely eating the wildlife. And that's still bad because some of the wildlife, like Canadians, if you so I can go because he's repeating the same dumb shit. You don't even have a good, you don't even have a clever comeback. GJC was evening. What's up, GJC? Haven't been seeing you in a while, bro. What's going on, my man? Officer Lumen says, "Hey, watching from NYPD." I hope you are. I actually did have another officer, well, another guy who was from the NYPD. So, if so, that's what's up. I welcome. I have no problem with the boys in blue. The only people who have the problem with boys in the blue are the people doing things wrong, doing bad things. I support first responders. So I hope you actually are one, or you just because if you're pretending to be an officer, that is a crime. What's up, Karen Brooks? Kayla says, "Why is this chat so crazy?" Because a lot of trolls, Kayla, and this is my Ask Me Anything format. Because if this was a specific topic, I would have told anyone who was coming in here that didn't stick to the topic that they would have to either drop an irrelevant question in the form of a super chat, or they would just have to wait to another live stream where I'm doing the Ask Me Anything format. But I'm actually doing that right now. So Ask Me Anything format can get crazy depending on what time of day and what day of the week it is. Saturday. So it's Saturday and it's the evening. You're gonna get a lot of the weirdos just by the very nature of the people who would come into live streams who don't know the content creator but just want to um, harass them. And these same people I know go into like several live streams on YouTube and they literally just do the same thing. They go in and try to harass the content creators. Because I've spoken with a number of content creators. Some of them are my moderators as well. And they've seen these same folks in their channels and on other people's channels doing the exact same thing. So, but it doesn't bother me because I don't take trolls seriously. None of them can fight me in real life. None of them can fight me. At the end of the day, I'm a hardcore like kickboxer slash Muay Thai type person, and I don't respect a man who can't beat me. If they want, if you're gonna be disrespectful to me, if you're gonna be disrespectful to me, I can't take you seriously unless you can actually beat me in a fight. If you can't beat me in a fight, I literally don't care anything of what they think, not at all. Muhammad says how to get a Glock 19 to Egypt. I don't know. I'm not helping you on that one. Not gonna help. Den says I can't get no sleep. Well, might want to take some. What is the name of that? Well, take a sleep aid. I forgot the specific one I was going to recommend, but take a sleep aid. J.A.C says war is hell is false. War is war and hell is hell. Of the two, war is worse. Sinners go to hell, so there are no innocent bystanders. Speaking, so that reminds me. So that's what I got today. G.I. Joe issue number one. Now, this is not the original. This is a reprint by Image Comics. Now, I'm surprised because G.I. Joe was owned by IDW for so the original running of G.I. Joe was by Marvel. Marvel actually created a lot of the characters that ended up becoming uh, staples in the 80s cartoon series, as well as action figures. Um, one of the main creators was Larry Hama from Marvel, but Marvel had a long run of GI Joe. I, the, I like the best part of GI Joe back then when Marvel ran it was called GI Joe Special the Special Forces, which was like their more hardcore comic. It was like the GI Joe stuff, but it was more adult oriented. Like it was more like violent and stuff like that. Like characters actually died and stuff like that. But afterwards, IDW got the rights, and they ran it for a long time. And I would say theirs was the favorite run. But I just found out that Image got the rights now. So this is GI Joe number one through uh, Skybound Comics Group, which is an imprint of Image Image Comics, and it's GI Joe number one, the very first telling of their story. So I have Tales of GI Joe number one, which is also GI Joe number one, but it was so they took the first 15 issues of Marvel GI Joe and called it Tales of GI Joe, which printed it on a better paper. But it's literally just the first 15 issues of GI Joe Marvel, and it's still with Marvel, but they just took those first 15 issues and called it Tales of GI Joe. I have that as well. This is a reprint, so I can read this without worrying about messing it up because it's not going to be worth anything. Um, but the kicker is, even though Image took up the rights to GI Joe and Transformers, which they're now calling the 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 Energon universe or something like that. But in any case, they so all the stories from IDW don't stop. Like so, Image Comics is taking it up right where IDW left off. So if you are a person who was a fan of the IDW GI Joe comics, then it leaves off right from the last issue of IDW, which I think is like 300 or something. I don't know, but you're not missing anything. It's like it doesn't mean like they're gonna reboot the whole thing. They might later on, but for right now it's still continuous with the IDW stuff for you comic book nerds out there. Obviously, Mrs. Wild, this guy's funny, lol. I try to be, but it's a very dry humor, so not everyone gets it. Cool Cabernet says I like the cherry pie. I'm not a fan of cherry. My favorite is pumpkin pie, um, key lime pie, and apple pie, and also sweet potato. But pumpkin beats sweet potato. And I know black people want to take my black card for saying it, but I'm sorry, it's true. Pumpkin pie is better for this time of the season because when I think of this time of the season, spooky season, like September, October, November, I think pumpkin. I don't think sweet potato. But I know most black people prefer sweet potato. Honestly, and I told my mother and my grandmother, and my sisters this, and they all roll their eyes. But I said, if you give me both pumpkin pie and sweet potato pie, I can't tell the difference. But I prefer pumpkin over sweet potato just because I like pumpkin for this time of the season. But I really can't tell them apart. Officers, but no joke, I got shot in the leg a month ago, but I'm okay. Damn, son. That's no joke. Cause seriously, like that's not a joke. Because if they hit you in that femoral artery, you can die from that. Like if you get shot in the leg and it hits that femoral artery, you can bleed out from that and die. So you're lucky. That's not something to mess around with. I noticed because the femoral artery is one of the places we target in Muay Thai. Like we try to hit that part of the thigh to completely like render that person's leg useless. He said while I was on duty. Oh, so you really are an officer? Okay. I thought you were joking about that. But like I said, uh, he hasn't been back on my stream, maybe because of the time. But I literally had another NYPD officer on the stream before, bro. No, no joke. Gucci says your nipples leaking. Nah, that's your mother. Gucci says you never been in a fight. Your skin is too soft. What the fuck does that even mean? So because I don't get my ass kicked, I never been in a fight. First of all, I've been in fights and I've had injuries to my face, but black heals, my friend, because of melanin and all that good stuff. I've been in fights. I just don't lose fights that often. I'm sorry that you're an ugly motherfucker, but I'm not. That doesn't mean I can't fight. Are you gonna? That's like Oscar. So Oscar De La Hoya has been in what at least 100 or so professional fights. Are you gonna say because he has a pretty face that man hasn't been in serious battles on the professional level? You look at Oscar De La Hoya, you don't see a boxer. He doesn't have a broken nose. He doesn't have the cauliflower ears. He doesn't have scars all over his face. He has all his teeth. But you're gonna say Oscar De La Hoya is not a fighter either because his skin is too soft. You're a loser. You don't know how to. If you think my skin is too soft, then you can't fight. You can't fight, bro. Virgin nose. Not everyone's nose gets broken, bro. Maddie says, "Do you know Dwayne Johnson?" Nah, if I knew The Rock, I'd be definitely making business moves with the bro. GJC says, "LOL, we know Dwayne Johnson's favorite pie." You know what you can do with that poutine? But not you, GJC. That was my little. He said he said because The Rock loves poutine pie. He said he said what you do is take that pie, turn that some bit sideways, and shove it straight up your candy ass. Gucci says, challenge yourself. Bruh, I just challenged myself 2 days ago on my birthday by running 23 kilometers. What have you done to challenge yourself, bitch? I don't know why Corbin is talking about AIDS, but whatever, bruh. Kayla says, bye. I'm going to look at some pictures of guys on Rule 34 because I need some me time right now, and I may come back to the stream later. That's cool. I don't know what Rule 34 is, Kayla. Is that a TV show or something? Well, you can tell me later when you come back. If you come back, tell me what Rule 34 is. I never heard of that. I don't know if that's a new streaming series or what. Someone else, if y'all know what she's talking about, let me know. I never heard of Rule 34. She sounds young. She sounds fun. I appreciate you. If give me a like though if you don't mind, Kayla. In case you don't come back. Alice says hi from France. Salut, ça va, Alice? GJC says happy belated birthday. Thank you, bro. Gucci says your mentality is weak, bruh. Really? You can't fight. That's the end of the story. I don't care about what a keyboard warrior thinks, because at the end of the day, I have the receipts. You can go to my videos. I have the receipts. Officer Loomis says, Gucci, get a life. You heard what the officer said. I'm at, it's only by my grace that I haven't already kicked you off my live stream. Once you get boring, I will kick you off. Kayla says no. Rule 34 is a corn site. I appreciate you changing the that. Thank you, Kayla. Are you old enough to be watching that stuff, Kayla? Don't make me be like some. Don't make me turn into uncle mode here, because you literally have a name similar to my niece Kyla, but she spells it slightly differently than you. You spell it Kayla, she spells it Kyla. Don't make me turn into uncle mode on you. Don't be looking at stuff you're not supposed to be looking at. And I was thinking that's what it was, but I was like, nah, she wouldn't do that. So I'm turning into someone's uncle here, but yeah. Gucci, how about this? If you don't believe me, I don't know where you live, brother, but how about this? My socials are in the link. My socials are all linked in my description. You can reach me by email. You can reach me by IG. You can reach me by Facebook. You can go there, send me a DM, let me know when and where you want to set up a fight, and we can battle it out. The caveat is that I will be filming it because I'm going to make it into content for my channel so that everyone can see me kicking your ass. So if you are down for that, if you think you can kick my ass, hit me up on email or on my socials, and we can arrange at a mutually agreed upon place and a mutually agreed upon time upon which we can have a fight. And I will film it for content here for my channel, and we'll see who the victor is. Dunjo Harris says, hello everyone. What's up, Dunjo? Welcome back. Kayla says, yes. Kayla, don't be bad. I'm turning to uncle. Dunjo says, turn up your volume. Sorry, bro. Thanks. Anyone else? Sound check, sound check. We good? Officer says, Gucci, what's your ID? He said, I got an officer on standby. Gucci says, you don't have family? Huh? Literally, everyone has family, man. Unless you're like an orphan. Not an orphan. Ban Officer's ban this guy. He's making he oh, he's in Brownsville, Texas. Okay. He said, I don't want to get deported. Oh, well, officer, you know what to do. Sounds like a case for CP, was it CPP? CPP or INS? I don't know. Probably shouldn't be talking trash if you are an illegal migrant. Just saying. That's why we voting for Trump over here. Dundro says no fighting, guys. No, no, Dundro. I'm saying I would film it like what I'm saying, Dundro, is like we will actually film this for content for my channel, and then people can see whether I'm just talking trash about my skills or not. Although I literally have videos up on my channel showing me practicing across the world. I showed pictures or videos of me training in the Philippines, training in Thailand, training in Indonesia, training here in Baltimore. Um, no other place yet, but there'll be some future stuff up. So Austin says, hi, I'm from Hawaii. What's up, Austin? Kayla says, no, I'm not a kid. Okay. All right, Kayla. Okay. Thunder says, still low. Look at, you can go up to the chat, the beginning of the chat, and see who provoked this. He just came in literally just trolling Dundro. Just literally just coming in here trolling. So he got mad. I pulled his card. Officer says, "Send me the video when you kick his ass." Oh no, if I kick his ass, Officer Lumen, it's gonna be here on the channel so that everyone can see it. But he's of course he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Dunjo says, "I believe you." No, he literally started it. It I never come to my lives and try to insult my audience. They come at me. But like I said, if I'm more than happy because I've challenged someone last year who like literally just came to one of my videos and started talking trash. Before this wasn't even a live stream; it was just like one of my long form videos, and he left a comment in the section saying you blah blah blah, and I was like, all right, dude, what's up? And he started saying, hey, I'm in such and such place, let's fight. And I'm like, all right, cool. I was like, when and where? And then he just disappeared. So I saw that he actually had a YouTube channel. So I went and did a video myself and called the guy out on his YouTube channel. Said, hey, let's get this started. And he never replied back. So I was like, yeah, he probably ended up watching some of my videos. And I was like, oh, okay, this guy actually does know how to fight. So Kayla said, I just said corn, but not the real name because I wanted to be nice. I know. That's what I'm saying. I appreciate you saying corn instead of the other thing. So you will only watch me if I did adult rated content. I got to do an OnlyFans for you. He said, not because I'm a kid. Got it. I'm just saying, when I see the name, it reminds me of my niece, Kyla. So when I see Kayla, it reminds me of Kyla, my niece. She's, I guess well, yeah, I think she's 13 now. Yeah, she's 13, and she'll be, no, she turned 13 this year. Um, but I still see her as like a baby. Like I still remember seeing her like barely able to get up the steps. So I still have this image of her, even though she's like a teenager now. So Gucci says, just saw your videos. You too small. Weak ass hits too slow. What? You never saw me hit full power in any of my videos. I'm not hitting a heavy bag in any of my videos. You see me hitting a speed bag. This is how I know you don't know how to fight. And you've never participated in MMA or Muay Thai or boxing. You're not supposed to hit a speed bag hard, dumbass. You don't hit a speed bag hard. Like that shows you don't know how to fight. You don't know how to box. That's not how you hit us. You don't try to jam up a speed bag, bro. It's all about hand-eye coordination. Stupid. Kayla says, "Oh, okay." He says, "And you're like 60." No, I'm 47. I can still kick your ass. Step Officer Loomis says, "Oh, my stepson is 12." Yeah, so my nephew is 16. That's her brother. My niece is 13. I have some other nephews and nieces from my I have an older sister, and her oldest daughter, my niece, is 18, going on 19, I think. And the youngest one is, I'm guessing, about 16. Then I have a sister, another younger sister. Her kids are like, I'm gonna say like 10 and 8, something like that. Gucci says you just got out of prison bid, a 12-year peace, brother. What? What? Oh, you just got out of prison, did a 12-piece bid. Nigga, you're stupid. I'm done with you. You notice he never responded to my challenge, right? He tried to deflect. This is what people do.
because they can't answer you. I told them that, guys, did I not say, hey, go to the go to my description. My links are in my description for my email, my Facebook, my Instagram. Send me a direct message. We can hook up and find a time that we can set up a match where we can actually fight it out. And I want to be able to film it so I can make content for this channel, and there'll be no hard feelings. But instead of responding to that, he just tried to deflect and say, "Oh, well, you can't really fight," and "Oh, I saw your videos," and "Hey, I just came out of prison, did a 12-year bid. So what? So what? So what?" There's a lot of faggots that did a bid in prison. That doesn't mean they can fight. Anyway, let me be nice now. Kayla says, "I will buy now. Pharrell needs some me time right now. Maybe see you later, baby." That's a nice way of putting it. That's pretty funny. I don't know if I sparked you into needing your me time, but whatever works for you. Again, I never heard of Rule 34. I have watched adult content, but the stuff I've watched, um, I want to say that on air. Um, yeah, it's nothing bad. I watched interracial stuff. Black guy, girl from another race, usually Asian. But other than that, yeah, I get it. I get it. But all right. I hope she has fun. Officers, but you need their consent, their permission. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. That's why I was telling him reach out to me by DM so we can make it official. Like, like, have you ever watched Street Beefs? Like something like that. Like Street Beefs, they both sign release forms and agree to that. Whatever the outcome, there are usually some rules like, hey, you can wear uh, headgear or gloves or whatever, whatever. No groin strikes, no eye gouges, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically that's what I was trying to get him to do. But of course, he's not going to do it because he was a chump. But yeah, I was thinking of something along the lines of street beef. Hopefully, one day someone is going to respond and actually take up the challenge. But usually, these guys don't because they're just trolls. Nicole says, "Hey, what's up, Nicole?" He said he's a pussy. Of course he is, because he immediately tried to deflect. Like he was literally saying, "Oh, you're not even hitting hard and stuff like that." And the only stuff you see me working with equipment is on a speed bag. You're not supposed to hit a speed bag hard. I'm like, that's how I know he can't fight. Like, I don't have any content of me up hitting the heavy bag or hitting the tie pads. Actually, no. Yes, I do. I do. Sorry, I do have a I do have a video of me hitting the tie pads, literally in Thailand. Like, I'm doing a Muay Thai workout, and I am hitting those hard. He's saying that I'm not hitting them hard. Okay, I'm not hitting those tie pads hard. Then let me hit you with the same force I'm hitting those tie pads, and tell me whether it hurts or not. Kayla says I subscribe. Bye now. I really need to leave now. Oh no, thank you, Kayla. I appreciate it. Go have your fun time. Nicole says, "Who you clowning on?" Oh, so I've been clowning a few people, Nicole. So first, it was some guy who came in here saying he liked me, saying I was cute, stuff like that. I banned him. He came back as another person. This time, he was pretending to be a girl, and I told him, "I know you're not a girl," and he was arguing with this person, Kayla, trying to get her to agree that I'm cute. And she was like, "No, actually, I don't find him that cute as opposed to other men." And I didn't get offended to that because that's perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. I'm married, so I don't do these I don't do these live streams to try to thirst trap. anyone. So Caleb wouldn't agree. He was like, by the way, I'm the other such and such username. And I was like, you're not fooling anyone. I said, I knew you were still, I said, I knew you was a guy because that's not how girls talk. Um, so I banned that one. Then another guy came in, ex killer, talking trash, saying I was cute as well. Probably the same person. Then there's this guy that came in that I just banned just now who was telling me that I'm weak, I can't fight, and all this sort of stuff. So I said, okay, word. Well, how about this? Let's actually set up an actual time in real time in real life to meet and fight. And I told him, in my descriptions, I have links to my professional accounts linked to this channel where people can reach out to me if they want to either like ask me questions or maybe connect with me for business reasons, or maybe they have a question or suggestion they want me to put on my content. So I said reach out to me that way and we can set up a time to fight. And he immediately deflected and said, oh well, you can't really fight and you're too old and all this sort of stuff, instead of just saying, hey, I don't want to do it. So Nicole says, haha, keyboard gangster all over this internet nowadays. Yeah, I know. Because he got mad because I told him at the end of the day, I'm not bothered by what other men say to me online because they can't beat me. I was like, I'm not gonna respect a person being disrespectful unless they can actually beat me. Like amongst men, there's always like a low level threat of violence. So when you cross that threshold, if I know you can't really back it up, I'm not going to respect you. Like this was something Kevin Samuels talked about a long time ago, and he was saying there's always like a low level threat of violence between men, and so when people like to like to cross that threshold, they should be able to back it up. Nicole said sounds about right. Mostly they just want to get a reaction and be disruptive. Yeah, pretty much. Classic troll. But trolls don't like being called out for that when you put them on blast and be like, hey, let's fight. They're like, oh, start stroking their chin beard and their little pot belly. And I was like, anyone who's been privy to my membership only content will see. Yeah, I may be 47, but I'm in shape, and I'm willing to teach people martial arts. Like I coach, I will do virtual martial arts coaching. Um, but I've done a membership only content where I'm showing people like basic Muay Thai techniques. I plan on doing one for the general audience for like Jeet Kune Do kickboxing, but I want to put it somewhere where I can get it like a higher quality because the stuff I do in my memberships only stuff is like a more intimate stuff, so it's not really high quality. I'm just giving you like more of a raw footage. But for something that I'm gonna make for everyone, I want it to be of a higher quality. And I don't have the space that I had a few months ago to do it unless I set it up correctly outside with a different camera. Officer Loomis says, to be honest, you look in good shape for your age. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Like people sometimes just want to come here and just be difficult, right? And the thing is, no matter what I talk about, it's just people will try to troll. Like I'll literally just have, like I've literally had like discussions just talking about Batman, and people be like, "You're too old to like Batman." I'm like, "Word?" Like we can't. It's like we can't even just have a fun conversation. Like people are like, "You're too old to be talking about Batman. You should be doing dot 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 at your age." I'm like, "All right, cool." He said, "I'm not like them, brother." No, I appreciate it, man. Um, but yeah, like I said, this is so. He's out. I respect my elders. Thank you, appreciate it. But yeah, for people who don't know, this is like I call this Ask Me Anything Day because I usually do this once or twice a week. So this is the second time I've done this week. But I usually have a topic on most days, and I try to stick with that topic. it went a little astray yesterday because I tried to do a nerdy topic on what is the mind. Because some people don't know, I'm actually a pretty like nerdy dude most of the times, and so I tried to have a discussion about that, but it went completely astray. We ended up talking about like superheroes for like an hour and a half. Think First is back. What's up, man? He said F all them haters. LOL. He said, "What's up, fam? What's good? What's good, chat? Chilling, man. Like I called out this troll just before you came in, man. He was talking all this trash, and I was like, all right, if I'm so weak and this and that, I was like, why don't we fight? I was like, connect with me by direct message and let's hook something up so we can actually fight it out, and I'll film it on my for the YouTube channel. I said so people can see who the victor actually is, and then he tried to change the subject and deflect. So I just ended up banning him because all he could do was keep insulting me instead of answering the challenge. He didn't want to say no and just be known that he's a pussy, so he tried to deflect. Nicole says, "I know, LOL." She said, "Last time our politics convo turned into an hour on Star Wars." Oh yeah, 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 yeah. You were here, because if you talk to me on my favorite subjects like Batman or Star Wars, it's going to turn into that. Like someone will ask me something and I'll answer it, and then the whole conversation diverts to that. So I'm trying to be better. She said it was still a better convo than most political convos, huh? Yeah, true. Because political convos, like it, it gets so tiring. And I think that's what I was originally calling this topic. By the way, was um, I think the topic for this was, are we all tired of politics now? Talking about politics, because I know I am. Like people keep asking me, who am I voting for? Why am I voting for this person? What are my politics? And it's like, man, I don't mind talking about it, but people ask me every day, and I've already have literally a dozen videos discussing my political views. A dozen videos. I have YouTube shorts, I have live streams, and I have long form videos all talking about my political views, and people keep asking me the same stuff. And it's like we haven't even gotten into November yet, and I'm already just tired of it. Uh, Thing first says, "Damn, I missed a proper troll slaying. Damn it, cornballs online is such weirdo behavior for real." Yeah, man. Like you'll if once once I upload this and you can watch the replay, the first I would say like the first 30 minutes is just me going at trolls. Oh, and by the way, the guy Gucci Man. So the guy name was Gucci Man Flamingo or Gucci Flamingo, something like that. Turns out this guy is probably an illegal immigrant, and he's sitting there trying to troll, and he's trying to troll another this guy Officer Lumen, who's a NYPD officer. Do you know this man can make one call? Because he already said his location is Brownsville, Texas. He can make one call down there and just fuck this man life up. Like he could just be like, all right, this guy's an illegal immigrant. Um, y'all need to look into that because we know Texas doesn't play. Some of these other states, maybe sanctuary states. Texas is not the one. They are not playing. Texas will boot you in a moment. So because and we know Texas and Border Patrol are not on the same sides here. Like Border Patrol is allowing them to cross right now. Texas is like, yeah, nah, we need to protect our state. So one call, one call to Texas, to Texas finest men in blue. Yeah, he gonna be missing those days. He could get on YouTube. Officers Loomis says, "Wait, hold up! I just got called about stolen car. Should I go?" Yeah, I mean, you got to do your due diligence, man. Because, like I said, the stolen car could be an illegal migrant. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. But you can always come back. I'm gonna still be on here for a while. I'll probably get some more Jollibees, to be honest. And I was nice. I left it out for the whole family, guys. I got Jolly. Oh, you weren't here. Think for a second. I bought. It all started because I was talking about I was eating Jollibee chicken, and people were mad because I was eating chicken. They was like, "Why is a black person eating fried chicken?" I'm like, "Because literally everyone eats fried chicken." I was like, "If you go down south, everyone eats fried chicken. I don't care what race they are, like white, black, Asian, Latino, Indian, Middle Eastern. Everyone loves fried chicken in the South. And if you go overseas, everywhere I've been overseas, they eat fried chicken. I mean, I even seen them eat fried chicken in Germany. In Germany. And fried chicken came from Europe. I keep telling people this. Like, how you gonna stereotype black people for liking fried chicken when it originally came from Europe? It came from Scotland. It it actually came from Scotland, came to the American South, and became a staple of the American South when they mixed it with the spices that black people used to use on their food. um, thing first is Polytrix. I can't fan. He said you duff out the troll and I'll catch wreck on this homie. He said lames were talking about height yesterday. I'm 6'4" and the reach is legendary. Right, right. Officer says true, but I'm on lunch break. Oh, I didn't know you were on lunch break. Um, can you respond and then like eat afterwards, or or will you have to do paperwork? If you don't have to do paperwork, I'll say go answer the call and finish your food. That's what I would say. But if you don't, I'm not mad at you. It's your lunch break. I I've never worked as an officer, but I've hated times where I'm at work and they try to ask people to leave lunch break early so they can because they're short staffed. Like whether I was doing retail, um, yeah, or like usually when I was doing retail, because in the military, when we went to the dining hall when we were at DFAC, no like no one messed with you when you were at DFAC. Like at DFAC, you just chilled, ate your food, then you went back to work. Um, Nicole says it's only southern if you got biscuits and gravy too. This is the gravy, Nicole. So Filipinos, so they love dipping their chicken in this gravy, and this is thick. No diddy, and the little chicken parts left. I was tearing this up just like an hour ago. People saw me eating. I didn't care. I guess you could call it a mukbang video or whatever they call it. Masarap. I don't know if there's any Filipinos still watching. Masarap. Thing first says, "Oh, that's the goodish right there." Yep, every like chicken and watermelon up out of here. Yeah. Plus, I told him I was like, "You guys are clowning." I said, "You don't realize I just went to the place the USA Today newspaper rated the best fried chicken in the country. Um, it's Jollibee's. It's located in Wheaton, Maryland. Um, so if you guys don't know where that is, it's part of Montgomery County. It's in the DC suburbs, right? Montgomery County, um, Wheaton, Westfield Plaza is a mall I used to go to as a teenager when I moved out to the DC suburbs to live with my father back my senior year of high school and on to college. I used to hang out there as a teenager because it was easy to get to on the bus. um, they just opened this place, I think, a year or 2 years ago. So it's the only Jollibees here in Maryland. The closest one after that is in North Virginia, and then New York and New Jersey. Um, I don't think they have any down south yet. but the majority of Jollibees are going to be in California and probably Seattle, Washington, because those are the two biggest Filipino communities in the U.S. right now. So California and then Washington State, specifically Seattle. But the fact that this just opened up like a year ago and it's rated the best fried chicken in the country is a huge big up right there. And Nicole says, "Did you have flooding from the hurricane in Baltimore?" No, luckily we didn't. North Carolina did, South Carolina did, Georgia. I gotta actually check on one of my buddies. I didn't even know he was back in the country. I thought he was still overseas. He was on Facebook. He marked himself safe from the flooding, so I need to check on him. Thanks for reminding me, by the way. But no, we didn't have flooding from that. We had flooding actually like 2 months ago though because of the that other storm. I forgot what the other storm was, but downtown Baltimore was flooded. I don't know if you guys saw it on national news, but there were people like literally like swimming uh, in downtown Baltimore. And anyone who's a local of Baltimore was like, "Ew, that's disgusting," because we all know how dirty downtown Baltimore is, specifically the harbor. I'm like, this man's probably. I say these two guys are probably swimming through like fentanyl, dead rats, poop, all sorts of sewage sludge. Like, I was like, that, yeah, I would not be swimming in that. That just looked disgusting. Like it. So downtown Baltimore flooded, but this was 2 months ago, um, from a different storm. Officer says I could go now or send in a deputy for the call. I'm not gonna lie, I'll send in a deputy. I was sending the deputy. I'm gonna be honest. I was sending the deputy. That's why you. That's what the rank comes in for, right? Swedish gamer says I'm a big. Okay, whatever you say, man. Thing first says answer the call while chomping on that grub. LOL. was, see, I was telling him to answer the call, but once he said he could call in the deputy, I'm sorry. Those are the times you pull rank. I'm like, I would call in the deputy and finish my sandwich. See, I didn't know you can call in the deputy, so I didn't know you had rank, so I would call in the deputy. That's you know that's what rank is for. Rank has its privilege. Like, I'm in the army, that E4 mafia. But if I'm like an E5, I'm calling in the lower enlisted to do something. Like if I'm handed something down from like uh, the second lieutenant, I'm gonna hand it over to the lower enlisted to do. If I'm an E5, E6, so thing first is sop it up with some gravy, hella nice. Yeah. So earlier I had adobo rice. That was my first time eating adobo rice. I've had adobo, like adobo chicken, adobo pork, but I've never had the Jollibee adobo rice, which is their own little special recipe. Because my friend, he was like, "Is this?" He says, "Adobo rice, just the seasoning." And I just say, "Yeah, it is the seasoning," but I wanted to explain to him that it comes from the meal that they make, which is adobo, which isn't a specific spice. Adobo chicken is made like soy sauce, vinegar, salt, garlic. That's pretty much it. I mean, then there's local variants of adobo, and you can cook it with chicken, you can cook it with fish, you can cook it with pork, but it's not a specific seasoning. But there is an adobo seasoning you can buy from the store. That's probably what they use in the Jollibee restaurant. Nicole says, "I never had Jollibee. I don't think we have that near Philly. I don't think there was in there isn't one in Philly, Nicole. You have to go to New Jersey. You gonna have to cross that Delaware River, go up, go to New Jersey, and I think there's a few in South Jersey. I don't know the locations, but you can Google it. I think there's a few in South Jersey. I know there's quite a few in like North Jersey, but I noticed like I think there's at least one in South Jersey. I could be wrong, but if you want to look it up, because I don't know what New York, I mean sorry, New Jersey County is close to you in Philly. Um, I know the city like right across from the Delaware River from Philly is Willingboro, Willingboro, New Jersey. I don't think there's a Jollibee in Willingboro because I know that's close to Philly. Because I used to live in Philly, and my girlfriend who used to live there. This is my very first girlfriend out of high school. I was in the ninth grade. She didn't end up becoming my girlfriend until I moved back to Baltimore, and I used to sneak to Philly during the weekends and go visit her for the whole day. And I would tell my mom I'm just gonna be hanging with my best friend all day, so she didn't think anything about it. I literally just took a 2 hour bus ride to Philly, hung out with her, but then we broke up after she moved to Wellingboro, New Jersey, because it was just too far at the time. Anyway, um, yeah, there's no Jollibee in Philly, unfortunately. I don't even think there's like a really a I don't even think there's much of a Filipino community in Philly. Most of the Southeast Asians in Philly I've met are usually either Cambodian or Vietnamese. Officer says, "Okay, I'm gonna be back when we got a call about gunshots. Be back soon. Oh shit, be careful, man." Earl the Squirrel says, "I accidentally ran over my dog. That's not funny, man. That's not cool. That's not funny. Talking about hurting animals. So I hope you're just trolling because I don't like people who hurt uh, innocent animals. That's not cool. Your dog your dog is entrusted to you. You're its caretaker. So I hope you're just making a bad joke. Thing first is DC suburbs got some dimes. I retired from the game though. Yeah, man. I was just talking about that with my friend when we was here. I mean, when we went out to Wheaton, and I was like, "Yo, when I first moved out here, like this changed my outlook on girls." Because I'm gonna be honest, Baltimore doesn't have very attractive women, except the ones in college. But the locals, not so much. So when I moved to Washington, it was like a whole different caliber of women. Plus, it was girls of every race who liked you. I wasn't used to that. Like I went to Springbrook High School in Silver Spring, and it was like Latino girls who liked me. It was like Asian girls who liked me. Um, maybe white girls too, but not in high school and college. White girls who liked me. Like I wasn't used to that. It was like yo, and they dress differently. Like some of them will wear like the slutty stuff back in the day. You know, like the Parasuco jeans. If you weren't if you weren't a teen in the '90s, you guys don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Parasuco jeans. But yeah, the girls wear like the little Parasuco jeans and stuff like that. But they didn't have like all the overly processed hairstyles like the girls in Baltimore did, with all the French rolls and all the other like processed hair where they would have to like sleep like this so they don't mess their hair up at night. Like they would just sleep like this. Like they couldn't put their head down because it would mess up their hair. Where the girls in DC, like the black girls, they would wear their hair like, I mean, they would still perm it or whatever, but it looked more natural. Like they just had like a regular bob or long hair or something like that. But it wasn't all like tracks and weaves and geometrical hairstyles. Just they were dime pieces, and Moco girls are known as the finest. Well, I don't know. Actually, it's probably like a tie between the Moco girls, Montgomery County girls, and the PG girls. Here's the thing: the PG used to be like the wealthiest black county in the country up until recently. Now all the affluent people have moved to Charles County, Maryland. PG because when DC got all the hood boogers into PG County, so all the affluent black people to separate themselves from the hood boogers start moving to Charles County, which is where now you're probably gonna find the best looking women in the at least the best looking black women in the Washington D.C. area. But everywhere, whether PG, uh, Montgomery County, Howard County, Fairfax County in Virginia, Loudoun County in Virginia, um, and DC and Washington D.C. itself, you're gonna find fine ass women. But I'm out the game too. You know what I'm saying? I'm out the game too. Nicole says, "Yeah, I have family in North Carolina and Tennessee. That's the first thing I did was call them. In Tennessee, there was 2 or 3 dams that broke. It was pretty bad. Damn. Well, no pun intended, but wow, that's crazy. No, no says every time I see flooding on the news in Florida, there's always people riding around in boats drinking beer. That sounds about Florida. That sounds about right for Florida. But yeah, there was flooding in downtown Baltimore, and it was these 2 white guys swimming, and everyone looking at the news was like, "Yeah, they can't be from Baltimore because no one from Baltimore was swimming that dirty water." Not only that, they've taken the harbor itself, like the water of the harbor, and the city of Baltimore has now declared the harbor swimmable water and hired a professional swimmer to swim the harbor to show that it's safe to swim. And literally everyone from Baltimore, yeah, I'm going to say literally, like literally as in everyone, literally everyone who's a Baltimore local said, "Ill, I'm not getting in that effing water. That person's going to come out mutated and stuff like it." And the city of Baltimore has been trying so hard to convince people that the harbor is now safe to swim in, and we're all like, "Nope, not doing it." So the fact that people were swimming in the flooded streets of the inner harbor area near the bar regions, where all the bars are, that was completely flooded. Like people, like I saw a few people using like the some rafts to get across the that area. But these guys decided to go out and actually swim inside of it. This is 2 months ago. That was disgusting. Ain't no way, man. Gonna come out looking like the Toxic Avenger. Thing first is, yo, shaking my head at the cesspool backstrokes. LOL, bless them though. Yo, I'm not even kidding, yo. It was hella disgusting. Like they weren't even in the waters of the harbor. Like they were in the downtown bar area, and that region was flooded. So they're swimming in the streets that are filled with broken glass and soot and poop and drugs and rats and everything nasty you can think on a city street, and they're swimming in it. There's no way in the world. Hundo 82 says, "Do you fish?" I haven't since I was a little kid. When I used to go to Virginia with my dad when I was little, we will go out. Um, we have family land in a place in Virginia called Rockfish, Virginia. I think it's in Nelson County, and we will go out and catch like the little bluegill fish or whatever and cook them up. It used to be delicious as a kid, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like it now because it's like these little bony fish. And then once he took me off the bridge of, I'm not sure where it was. Um, it was either Patapsco River or somewhere like that in Maryland, and we went fishing. But I was like 13 or 14. And by that time, it was just boring, so he didn't take me back because I guess he realized I didn't enjoy it anymore. But that was the last time I went fishing. Was like I was like 14, something like that. Thing first says rank will win over a meal interruption and remain undefeated like the internet, laughing like shit. Nicole says, I'm good. Haha. I lived in Jersey for a couple of years because that's where my husband is from. Took me a few years, but I got him back to PA. And I laughed my ass off. I hated Jersey. See, I would. I get it. I get it. If you're from Jersey, you probably want to get out of Jersey. But if you're from Philly, I think you would want to get out of Philly. I lived in Philly for less than a year and I wanted to go. So I was actually happy when we moved back to Baltimore because we lived in the Baltimore suburbs, not in the not in Baltimore City. But when I lived in Philly, I lived in the city. I lived in Northwest Philly, like right next to the West Philadelphia High School. But when we told my aunt the school, she was like, "Oh no, you're not going there." She said, "That's not a good school." So she ended up sending me to what's that magnet school? I forgot the name, but she got me in there because she and the principal were sorority sisters. So that's how she got me into that school. But she was like, no, she's like, West Philly is a bad school. You're not going there. But yeah, I was in walking distance from there. But I was in walking distance of the other school because they had just relocated at the time. It's going to come to me in a moment, but it's like it, it's not a private school, but it was like I think it was like either a charter school or a magnet school, something like that, but I can't remember the name of it. Kayla said, "Oh, she said, hey, I'm back. I feel much better after letting it all up." Kayla. Don't, doesn't get you much to get going, huh? did was this? Did I cause this? You did I cause you to go to this Rule 34 thing? Think first says Baltimore women suck. He said I came here from the. You're not lying. He's not lying, folks. He said Baltimore women suck. I came here from New York and found all the uptown imports. LOL. He said the B more accent is hard to tolerate. Right. Like when they say you, like you. I can't say like Baltimore people. I'm from Baltimore, but I have a my accent sounds more like someone from the Northeast than from Baltimore. I don't say the you or the patterns or uh, go walk my dog or stuff like. I don't talk that way. Like get them to say you or tu. I don't talk that way. He said blue. He said you're right about those plastered hairstyles. Yeah, man. Like I until I moved out of Baltimore, I didn't know that how homely they looked. I'll put it that way. But yeah, moving to the DC area just opened my eyes. This is probably why I ended up with an Asian wife now because I got to see more of what's available to a man who has options, like being in college and having all these other women think, realize that all women think I'm attractive, not just these subset of women from Baltimore. And the chicks from Baltimore City didn't even get well. Some of them gave me play, some of them didn't. A lot of them didn't like me because they said, "Oh, you talk white." I'm like, "Word, all right, whatever." And I used to actually try to see. I said it like a Baltimore person to you, but so, but I used to try to inflect my the way I talk to sound more like a local, but I didn't. I just stopped doing it because it just got tiring. So you know how people code switch, and they usually code switch from black vernacular to standard English. So I reverse code switch. My natural way to talk is standard English, and I will code switch into a local vernacular to try to fit in. And I just got tired of doing it. Officer Loomis says, "Okay, I'm back." So how'd it go? He said, he said we called in the SWAT because the crackhead with the guns what stabbed me in my chest. What? He said, but I'm okay. EMS showed up. Damn, you all right? You sure you should still be online, man? I'm guessing you had on a vest though. So if you have on Kevlar, it probably broke the blade. I'm guessing. He said, Kayla says, no, you don't. I just found it on the internet one day, and some of my friends told me about it before. I never heard about it, so I'm guessing this is like strictly for something that would appeal to women. Rule 34, because like I said, the stuff I watch probably wouldn't be the stuff that you you watch when you go to these adult-oriented sites. Nicole says, "Is it water or is it water?" What? Okay, so how do I say it? So I usually say water. Yeah, I usually say water, but I've heard it literally everywhere. I've heard say some people say water. Like wood, like they say water. I've heard people. I've heard some people say water, but not from here. I haven't heard anyone from here say water. Or I've heard water or water. So I've heard it every way. But that's how I say. I say water. I think first says water. Ellen laughing my ass off. He said pocketbook took me all the way back when I heard it the first time. Why? Yo, when I moved back to Baltimore from Chicago, I legitimately had a hard time understanding people from here. Like even my own cousins, like I sometimes didn't understand what they were saying. Like even when they said stuff like crayfish, I didn't understand because they wouldn't say crayfish; they would call it uh, what, it sounded like they said crot eggs. That's what it. Because I was like, "What are crot eggs?" And they would, and we would go back to the creek, and catch crayfish. And that's I was like, "Oh, that's what you call crot eggs?" I think they were saying crawdads. So what they were calling crayfish crawdads, but the way they pronounced it, it was like crot eggs. I'm like, what is crot eggs? Or it was a Chinese dish. So there's a Chinese dish that is only made in Baltimore and Philly. So some of you guys know what I'm talking about. There's a Chinese dish only made in Philly and in Baltimore, and people in Baltimore would call it yakami. And so so every time I went to a Chinese takeout and I looked on the menu, I kept looking for yakami, and I was like, "There's no such thing as yakami on this menu." I, it took me like 10 or 12 years before I realized that they were just mispronouncing it. It wasn't yakami; it was yak gao mein, and yak gao mein is only something you. I don't think it's in New York, but guys, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If they sell Yaka Main in New York now, but I've known it was only made in Philly and in Baltimore in these Chinese takeout restaurants. And black people in Baltimore used to always call it yakami. And so every time I looked for yakami, I couldn't find it on the menu. I didn't realize they were butchering the term yak gao mein, which is basically like a big flat noodle that they mix and they make a sauce made out of like ketchup and soy sauce and put on the noodles. That's what yak gao mein is. And they'll have like chunks of either like chicken or beef or pork in it, whatever. But that was yak gao mein. They used to call it yakami, and I was like, "What the hell is yakami?" I looked for, I looked for it for like 12 years in Chinese takeout and couldn't find it. Officer Luna says, "Yeah, bulletproof and heavy armor." Okay, good stuff. So when that happens, though, right? Do you so don't you don't have to write up like an incidents report or something like that, and that's crazy. And they've been talking about crime has been going down all over the country. It doesn't seem like it. I know you should go by the stats and not by the news headlines, but the vibe the vibe that you get like when you're in the inner city, whether you're talking about Baltimore or Philly or like New York, especially like somewhere like um, uptown New York City or parts of the Bronx and places like that, or Chicago or St. Louis. I know that the crime stats have shown that violent crime has gone down, but it doesn't feel that way. I think most of us, it doesn't feel that way. Thing for just stabbed in the chest. He said, "What the entire fuck, man? Damn, I know, right?" But he said he was wearing his chest armor. So what I've been noticing now are the cops are wearing like I've seen them wearing the chest rigs that look similar to what they wear now in like in the army and the Marines. Like instead of them having like the Kevlar, well maybe you guys wear both. I'm not sure, but I've noticed instead of them wearing like the Kevlar armor under like the under the shirt, now they're wearing like the chest rigs. So I don't know which is more comfortable, the old fashioned Kevlar that you wear under the shirt or the chest rigs. I guess the good thing about the chest rigs is that you can use it to hold a lot of your equipment because that's how they do it, in the army and the military, in the army and the Marines for infantry is to use those chest rigs and you can put all the chest rig as load bearing so you can put all your equipment on it. So I think that's the good side to it. Plus, unlike the military, at least with law enforcement, you're not expected to be able to have to low crawl with all this equipment on. Kayla says no, it's for guys too. Oh, okay. Is it interracial? And Kayla, during the middle, it's it's the middle of the day. You had the urge right there in the middle of the day. Do we gotta find you a boyfriend? I have a I have a brother-in-law if you like Filipinos. Oh, Salima says it's okay. EMS was there. That's cool. Dirty Work says, why is speaking proper English considered speaking white? That is a long, I, man, that's a long discussion. It it's self-hating, I think, because the funny thing is these same black people who will tease other black people for speaking standard English will get mad when non-black people say you guys can only speak black vernacular. It's like make it make sense. Like if you want non-black people to recognize that you are bi-dialectic, that you can speak standard English and you can speak vernacular English as well, slang or black vernacular or Ebonics, what they used to call it, but it's black vernac. It's actually recognizes the black vernacular English. If you want them to recognize that you can speak standard English, why would you get mad at other black folks who do speak standard English? Like that doesn't make sense. And then say you're talking white, so you're already conflating speaking properly to being white when you would get mad if a white person said that. It doesn't make sense to me, Dirty Work. I don't know why people do that, but even now as an adult, sometimes I still get that. And I'm like, come on, I'm enough. I was like, we're in our 30s and 40s now. Are we still going to really tease each other about how we pronounce words, how we talk? But yeah, there's still adults who do it. I expect this from kids and teenagers, even though they're still stupid for doing that. But if you're an adult that's doing that, it's, that's not cool. It's like you really need to grow up. Officer Loomis says, I'm okay now, just eating my burrito. Man, you deserve that burrito, bro. Because we were the ones that told you to answer that call, and we almost put you in the line of danger. So go ahead and eat your burrito. Dirty Work says, East Coast people do speak poorly. Not really. I mean, I don't know what part of the country you're from, but every place I've been, every corner of the U.S. has regional dialects. Maybe you're from California, and for some people, California is considered the more desirable dialect. But California English isn't standard English either. What is called SAE, I'm I'm putting on my linguistics cap here. So what is called SAE or Standard American English is is sort of sounds like Midwestern English, like someone from Nebraska. The old matter of fact, many of the that became the preferred dialect for journalists back in like the 70s and 80s because the because many of these journalists came out of the Midwest, and that became the de facto like language of many TV reporters and journalists. California English started to become popular as well in the 90s and 2000s, but that's not exactly standard American English either. And trust me, people on the East Coast speak standard American English. This is where it originated. Like if you go to a boarding school here on the East Coast, you will speak standard American English. As a matter of fact, there are some boarding schools that will even have you speak a specific dialect that's considered prestigious, like the Virginia Piedmont dialect. It's considered like a it's considered like a higher class Southern accent, the Virginia Piedmont accent. Whereas if you go to somewhere like I forgot their boarding school, and I think it's New Jersey, Exeter, Exeter, I think they will have you speak with a I don't know. I think with an accent that has some Britishisms in it, but higher the people of higher social economic status on the East Coast don't speak poorly. Officer Loomis says, but that crackhead fun to get 25 to life. Good. I hope he gets all of it. Because to be honest, our look, if we really wanted to make, and this is a tangent, so let me go on a tangent. If we really wanted to make the U.S. safer while keeping the freedoms that we enjoy here, we would make our laws more severe. I'm talking about Singapore laws. Singapore has some of the most severe laws on the books. They they give the death penalty for drug offenses over there, and I'm not kidding. And we all know that there's been foreigners who came over there and broke the law, and they've caned them. Like that is a punishment, getting caned public, and they caned them publicly. Look, Singapore is now considered the safest country in the world. They have the most powerful passport in the world. Guess who's the second safest place in the world? Japan, who also have the second most powerful passport in the world. And they have people don't realize Japan has some severe laws too. And there's a positive correlation between uh, highly punitive laws and the relative safety of of a city state or nation state under which those laws fall. But people don't want to hear it here because it then becomes political, like but yes, more punitive laws lead to more safety. But that's a conversation for our leaders, right? Officers Loomis is hell not, crime is up. That's what I'm trying to say. Like they're trying to tell us the FBI crime stats have come out and said that crime has gone down. And okay, I'll give them that violent crime has gone down, but I think they've admitted that quality of life crimes have gone up, and that's the caveat. So whereas yeah, maybe overall violent crimes have gone down a smidge, so-called quality of life crimes go up, and it's those quality of life crimes that make you feel really safe and uncomfortable in neighborhoods. Dirty works as crime is going up. The country is morally bankrupt. Yeah. Officer says we had 5 teenagers caught walking with Glocks. Damn. See, I guess that happens under Mayor Eric Adams, but well, he's under indictment himself right now, right? But that wasn't fine. Like people can talk about Giuliani now because they dislike him because of his his political affiliations, but New York was New York was relatively safe under Giuliani. People hated it though there because everyone's saying, well, they kept patting down black and brown people all the time on the streets. They did, but again, New York was safer back then. This is when New York became gentrified. Because you know this, Officer Lumen, but back in the day, Times Square used to be a red light district. This wasn't a tourist destination back in the 80s and even early 90s. Times Square was known as a red light district. When when New York City got gentrified, they turned Times Square into a big tourist destination. But that's not how it used to be back in the old days. Well, you're younger than me, so but I'm pretty sure you know that anyway. That Times Square used to be like a red light district long time ago. Dirty Work says walking with a Glock isn't a crime. Yeah, if they yes it is. If they don't have a concealed carry permit, that is a crime. You can't walk around with a Glock. You have to have a concealed carry permit. Dirty Works is just saying I'm from a state where we can carry freely. New York is not a New York is not an open carry state. Mm-mm. This New York does not have open carry, and it does not have constitutional carry. they do have they do have concealed carry, but you have to apply for that permit. You can't just there's no open carry in New York. Uh-uh. Officer Lumen will tell you that in a second. He's Officer Lumen said it wasn't licensed. Plus, they are teenagers, right? And teenagers can't have firearms. I think you have to be at least 18 to carry a weapon. I think some places it might be 21, some places it might be 18. I'm going to assume at least 18. And if you're under the age of 18, there's no way getting there's no way you getting there's no way you getting a handgun license, and there's no way you getting a concealed carry. Because even if you have a handgun license, you still have to have a concealed carry to walk around with one. Kayla says no, it's right where where I'm at. Also says Lumen, well in New York it ain't like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no definitely no open carry in New York. Kettle Henriksen says all the way to they say the word ask, asking, asked. Were you trying to trip me up and thinking I can't say it? So, oh, here's the funny thing about the word ask. So, everyone knows that the improper pronunciation is ax, right? But the irony is the elite back in back I'm gonna say I don't know how 60, 70, whatever years ago, maybe longer than that. I don't know the exact date, so don't call me out on the exact time frame. But for the elite, the affluent, they used to use the term as ax, like ax, when they were using the word ask, ask. But when when the middle class and the lower classes um, try to mimic them by using the word the same way, they switch to saying it as ask to separate them from the hoi polloi who were using it the way they used to use it. This is a funny thing. Like people don't know about this about the upper class. Whenever the lower classes start doing what the upper class do, the upper class stop doing it because the whole reason they do certain things is to show that they are a part of their own world. So whenever they see people doing what they did, they stop doing it. And there's like countless examples of that. Like leasing expensive cars used to be a thing that uh, privileged people did because it was to show that they could have like the hottest new the vehicle model available. But then middle and lower class people started doing it because it was cheaper for them to do so than to buy a car, even though it's cheaper in the long term to own, but whatever. So they started leasing. So now the affluential people stopped leasing. They saw that as something that's low brow. Anyway, off of that tangent, Chanel Lee says he looked like my baby daddy. I assure you I'm not. I assure you I'm not. David Roos says, you're a veteran. Yes, I am. 30 Works says, West Coast. I'm being contrary for fun. I assumed you were like on the West Coast. It's all good. I'm a linguistics nerd, so like, you know, I don't mind talking about stuff like that. Kayla says, I know this site is for guys too because when I look for pictures of guys, I see a ton of pictures of girls. Okay. Wait, is it? So I thought you were looking at videos. Is this just pictures? I thought you were looking at like, films, quote unquote. um, 30 Work says Dubai is super safe too. It is. So I've talked about. I don't really like Dubai because it seemed like it's just for people to floss. Like I'm not going somewhere just to show how much money I have. If I have a lot of money, that's the last thing I want you to know is that I have a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money, by the way, but I'm just saying if I did, that would be the last thing I would want people to know about me is that I have a lot of money. But Dubai seems to be like that sort of place where people go just so they can flex. I don't want to go somewhere just to flex on people. If I want to flex on people, I can do it in other ways, but I don't want to like just flout money around like they do in Dubai. Plus, I'm just not in. I'm just not really into the Middle East like that. I have friends that live in Dubai. Some of my wife's friends have moved to Dubai, or like to surrounding areas like Sharjah. I heard Sharjah is better than Dubai, but it's all in the UAE, right? Maybe the UAE might be worth a visit, but Dubai it can be very strict about things. So I don't know. You know what? I would probably go just to get the stamp on my passport. Like I'm willing to go to any country just to get the stamp, even if it's not someplace I'm really like into visiting like long like for like longer than a few days. Like I wouldn't mind going to Dubai, but I'm not really hitting up the casinos and doing all that stuff. I might just go to Dubai now has like artificial beaches that they've made. So I will probably do something like that, like go to one of the artificial beaches that they've made in Dubai, something like that. But I'm gonna avoid the casinos and all the places where people try to be like high rollers and all that sort of stuff. Aaron says, "Are you still here, Aaron? Why am I? How you go from? All right, never mind. I'm not gonna even answer that." Dirty Work says we should create a penal code for bureaucrats who violate the Constitution. Believe it or not, there's already sorts of laws like that in place. They're just not enforced. They're just not enforced. Officer says just got done eating my burrito. He said, but I got a meeting with the drill officer in like 2 hours. All right, man. Well, we're glad you're safe, and I'm glad we told you that. I'm kind of upset we told you to answer that call and to actually put you in the line of danger. So glad you're all right, man. Hope you do return to my live streams though. I also have videos if you want to check them out. And you already know what I'm about. So I'm a nerd who loves martial arts, loves Batman, loves comic books and stuff in general, and I talk about nerdy topics all the time, like science and philosophy. I talk about politics as well. Not my favorite subject, but it's like almost unavoidable during the election year. So talk about that too. But more than free to check out all my content and be back in my live streams and chop it up with us some more. Kayla says pictures and videos. It has Dirty Work says, Your Officer Lumen, what do you think of First Amendment auditors? Are they doing good work? Oh, you were the guy that asked me that last time, Dirty Work. I remember that, and I was trying to ask you, can you be more specific? Because that didn't really make sense to me. Because you said that you were a former law enforcement officer yourself, and that now you see how the work that you were involved in, you believe cross the threshold for First Amendment rights. And I was like, can you flesh that out for us more? Because I didn't really get it. But I do remember that now, man. Officer Luna says, well, I guess so. Dirty Word says we need to solve this contention between people and law enforcement. I don't think it's a good look. Look, it's not, but it's not just here. Dirty Word. Literally every country I went to, there's always going to be contention between people and law enforcement, just by virtue of what law enforcement consists of. There's always, like, if you go to Germany, there's some people who hate the Polizei, right? Yeah, when I'm in the Philippines, there's some people who hate the police. There's always I don't know how I don't know how you solve it in America when there's a problem for law enforcement everywhere. I think part of it is what some law enforcement places have done, where they form these um I forgot what you call it, like these law enforcement and citizen type uh organizations or meetings where people can address their issues with law enforcement, and law enforcement can address the citizenry and tell them, like, hey, this is what we're trying to do in the community and stuff like that. I think that helps, but that sort of stuff takes time and money to set up, and not every community has the money to get that started. um Dirty Word says that wasn't me, this is my first time here. Oh, I'm sorry. So my bad. So there was someone literally who brought up the same issue that you did, Dirty Work, but he told me that he did used to be law enforcement, and so now he's working on addressing First Amendment issues with law enforcement. But he used it in kind of the exact words that you did just a moment ago. That's why I thought you were the same person. And I was telling him I didn't understand what he was trying to say, and then he started getting into like the issues with, like, police, like brutality or extrajudicial killings and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, I get what you're saying. I said, I don't know how that's a First Amendment right, unless you're talking about people being, like, brutalized for, like, voicing their opinions on certain things. Then I said, well, you're talking about, like, First Amendment deals with, like, freedom of religion, freedom of press, uh, freedom of speech, stuff like that. That's all, like, First Amendment issues. And he was talking about issues with that, as far as, like, stifling the press from releasing like accurate information to the public, and police brutality and stuff like that. So that's what that other person was talking about. This was like a week or two ago. Third Work says I follow the movement. Kayla says it's all types of videos and pictures, like 3D, yeah, 3D videos, real life videos, and pictures like GIFs and other ones. Officer Luna says one time I had a massive amount of people around my vehicle. I had to get backed up. Kayla says, "LOL, what?" No, the 3D videos. Those are the 3D videos are those horrible animated lewd acts and it's like these. I'm not even going there, but no, yeah, that 3D stuff is whack. Dirty Work says, I think if they taught the penal code in our schools, then things would be different. Most of what I see as far as police misconduct is fueled by ignorance. I don't know what you mean by teach the penal code, because I think a lot of parents would be upset if they did, because they'd be like, "Oh, you basically teaching our kids to." I can see how that can go awry easily. People will get upset saying they're teaching their kids to um, basically be like, they're gonna say this is like basically funneling kids from the school to the prison type thing, that you're institutionalizing kids by teaching them the penal code. I can see that would go poorly. I think if you're saying, if what you're saying instead is that, hey, maybe for children or teenagers or whatever, they have a class geared towards like civil, I don't know, like civil engagement, or um, a class on criminal justice, something like that. I could see that. I could see that. If schools wanted to have like a course on criminal justice or something like that, then the other problem with that is people want to be like, well, educators are probably gonna say, well, our curriculum is already too, like, we already have so much we have to teach in the curriculum. We don't have space for other stuff like that. I think that would be the excuse. But that wouldn't exactly be a bad idea. Like, it could be part of the social studies curriculum. Like, just like, well, they used to. I don't know if they do now, but just like in the ninth and 10th grade, you had to learn civics, and you had to pass a civics exam to graduate from high school. That could be part of the civics requirement, is like maybe a semester of like, ha- the social studies for like ninth or 10th grade, right? Half of it could be like civics, the other half would be like criminal justice, something like that. I could see that being implemented, but it would probably depend on individual schools. This is something other countries have ahead of us, that they have. Most other countries have a nationalized school curriculum, where here we let every state do it individually. I think that is a weakness and not a strength of the American education system. I think we should have a federal standard for which all public schools adhere, just like other countries have like a national or federal standard to which every province or state adheres. We should do the same here in this country, but instead we let each state do it on their own, and then it's even broken down by municipalities. They allow even the individual municipalities and counties make education decisions, when it should all follow a same national standard for all public schools. And if you don't want to do the national federal standard, then you can send your kid to a private school or a religious charter school or something like that. But I, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a class on criminal justice, just like I think they should also be taught logic. So, um, Kayla says, I know I seen one on the site before and I couldn't even get my stuff off because it looks so bad and ugly. You, Kayla's bad. Kayla's bad, guys. Dirty Work says the penal code are the statutes of law that define the crimes within each state. No, I know what a penal code is. What I was saying is, depending on how that, you gotta be honest. Like, if parents heard that, they're gonna think you're trying to institutionalize their kids. That's what some parents are gonna think. We can, I mean, we can debate whether it's irrational or not, their reaction, but that's going to be the reaction of a lot of parents. It's like, oh, you only teaching this in the poor black schools. You trying to institutionalize our kids. That is literally going to be the argument coming from a lot of these parents' mouths. They're going to be saying that, like, yo, you trying to institutionalize our kids. You only doing this in these poor, low income black schools. You're not going to take that out to the good schools and make them learn the state's penal codes and all that sort of stuff. I'm telling you that's going to be the argument. And then on the from the educator's standpoint of view, they're going to be like, look, we already have a crammed curriculum where we're trying to find ways to still put art, music, history, and physical education back into the curriculum. And now you want us to jam something else in? That's going to be the educator's issues. So, but like I said, it's not a bad idea to have like maybe like a whole semester or at least a quarter of a semester just on criminal justice, and it can be a state by state sort of thing. So this is why people need to be politically engaged on the local level. Go to your town hall meetings, go to your city council meetings, go to your county council meetings. These are the sorts of things they discuss. Go to your board of education meetings in your local district. These are the things that they get discussed. Like, hey, how should we be how should we be educating that? What should we be teaching to our children? What should be in the curriculum? What do we want our kids to know to keep them safe on the streets? So instead, everyone worries about the presidential election, and that election has no direct effects on your day to day life. Officer Loomis says, speaking of school, one time we had the whole PD go to a local school and met all the kids and gave prizes and candy toys and consoles. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like there are like certain I've seen that sort of thing where it does actually foster trust between um, the community and its police is when they have these little outreach programs. But like I said, the problem is not everyone not every department has the hindsight to do that. So Arthur says, and they donated $300,000 to the school funds. That's what's up. Dirty Work says, is it a good idea to send a kid into a football game without teaching him the rules of the game, the criminal code, or the rules of our society? How are children going to succeed if we don't teach it? Well, again, like I said, back from what I understand, they don't teach it as much anymore. But in high school, when I was a kid, you had to take civics. You had you so no, so it wasn't civics. So ninth grade was just I think I think it was just called social studies or current events or whatever. But you you had to pass a functional civics exam to graduate high school. So you there was a functional civics exam, there was a functional mathematics exam, and there was a functional language or grammar exam. These were prerequisites for high school graduation back in Maryland back in the 90s, and I think they've been hence removed. But yeah, back then you had to pass a civics exam. Civics exam meant you had to know basic things about constitutional law and stuff like that. And I agree that yeah, I get the analogy. That's actually pretty apt. I think it's like you sending people out onto the field without knowing the rules of the game, ill equipped. I get it. Like I said, I think there is a role in social studies to teach criminal justice. Just like I think there's room in the mathematics curriculum to teach logic. So Kayla says, um, "I'm not bad. I just like my me time." Okay, all right, Kayla. Dirty Work says they should teach everybody. True. Like I said, I can see a role for a criminal justice course, and it would fit within the social studies curriculum. But that's above our pay grade, man. Like that's up to our local political leaders. This is why, like I said, if people are more politically engaged on the local level, these are the sort of things they can advocate for when they go to these meetings at like the town hall or the city council or the board of education meetings. They should be like, hey, our kids to be safe on the street should be taught in school about basic criminal justice and the local laws of the state and city. If you want that to happen, I would say start going to those board of education meetings. Start going to those city council meetings. The squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? He said they should teach finances as well. Um, yes, but okay. Here's the thing with that, right? So there were, I can't speak for all schools. Usually these lower income schools don't have the money. So here's the problem with public education is that it's funded by property taxes. So you live in a low income area, you're going to go to a poorly funded school. That's the main problem. We need to divorce school funding from the property taxes of that community, which means that you're going to always be some, you will receive either a good education or a bad education independent of whether you have the capacity for more or less just by virtue of where you live, which is unfair. The other thing is, even in the places where they did have higher funding, like when I went to Springbrook High School in Silver Spring, very good public school, they taught things like finances and home economics and stuff like that. The problem was those weren't considered the the college level classes. So kids would only take the classes that were seen as um, um, like classes geared towards getting into college. These other classes like finances or accounting or home economics, stuff like that, they were considered electives. They were considered like classes for people who weren't taking college preparatory classes. So most kids who were trying to go to college only took college prep courses. Unfortunately, the college prep courses were like all the hard nosed stuff like, you know, algebra, trig, geometry, calculus, um, honors or AP English, honors or AP math, um, honors AP history, honors and AP science, science, physical science, chemistry, um, biology, physics. Um, but that was the problem was they did teach those classes, but since they taught them as non-college prep courses, most kids chose to ignore them, which meant that the less kids taking them meant the less likely they were going to survive to go to be taught the next year. For instance, like I learned like my first year of high school, I was taking Latin, but because it wasn't enough students interested, the teacher didn't go on to teach Latin too. So I went on to take French two instead because I took French one in no, actually I went on to take French three. So I took French one in eighth grade. And then I took Latin. I took half of French two in high school, then half of Latin one in high school. But my teacher told me they didn't have a budget to teach Latin two because there wasn't enough students that wanted to do it. So I just went on to French three. So I never got to complete it. I would have loved to take 4 years of Latin, just to just to just to say I'm a black guy who can read, write, and speak Latin. That's a flex. That's a flex. But it wasn't in the budget. I mean, not that, I'm sorry, not that it wasn't necessarily in the budget, but it wasn't enough kids wanting to take the class that would lead them to want to teach the class. So if there's not enough kids that want to take finances, they're not going to teach it, even if the school does have the money to do so. And in the lower income schools, like I said, they don't have they're not going to even have, it's not going to even be a consideration because they just don't have the resources. What time is it, guys? It is 10:12. Okay. Oh, and let me charge this before my phone dies in mid conversation. Only got 9% battery. I'm still sore from my half marathon 2 days ago. I did a recovery run, but I still need to stretch. Um, Kayla says, I am a girl and I have my needs. Okay. No, I understand. I'm just saying, that's what boyfriends are for, right? I've never heard a girl say that like that. Like, I have my needs. I mean, I'm I have a brother-in-law. I'm just saying, I have a brother-in-law. Actually, he has a YouTube channel up. I think it's called EL. He's like he can play like the guitar and sing. So the girl who's in his videos is not his girlfriend, by the way, because I was asking him, and I was asking my wife. She's like, "That's not his girlfriend." I was like, "Why don't he date her or something?" I don't know. But anyway, someone from his church. I don't know if you like Filipino guys. I don't know what your particular uh, attraction is, but hey, I got an available brother-in-law, and he has a YouTube channel up called EL. So, so Dirty Work says, I think we should get rid of taxes and crowdfund all government services. The state actor would have more incentive to deliver a better and more effective product. No, you don't want to crowdfund government services because if you don't see how that can go astray, that means that some places will just have almost no funding whatsoever if it's not matched by government funds. That wouldn't be good. So the idea that came from uh, what's the billionaire who owns Berkshire Hathaway? Um, um, God, I can't remember his name. But do you guys remember it was this Korean lady that came in to stepped into DC back when Obama was in office. So she was all one of these Obama worshiping people, and she came in and said she was gonna fix the broken DC education system, and she was firing teachers left and right, saying that she wanted to get rid of the weak teachers to bring in better teachers because the kids deserve better. And it was a lot of people heated about her on the education side, saying that these, it's not right to fire these people. These people are tenured and all this sort of stuff. And the lady was arguing, and oh, the billionaire is Warren Buffett. Thank you. And um, she was arguing that it's these teachers unions that are messing up the education because they allow these mediocre teachers to stay on, and they're not helping these kids. And so she was in this documentary a long time ago. I think it's called Waiting for Superman. I think that's the name of the documentary. It's called Waiting for Superman. And let me move back a little bit. And she asked Warren Buffett, which I don't know why she asked him. He's a billionaire. He's not an educator, but he had a remarkable idea. It's just not practical. She asked him, "How can we fix the broken public education system?" His idea is, he said, "Okay, this is how we fix the public education system." He was like, outlaw all private schools and public school make public school attendance a matter of a lottery system so that you don't know where your kids will end up. He said if you did that, it will fundamentally change public education because all these elite, higher class people, since now their kids are in public schools, no longer
can they go to private schools because they've been outlawed? That because there's a lottery system on where your kid will end up, they will properly fund every single public school to ensure that their kid ends up at a good school. He said it's radical. He said it's very radical. He said that would fix the public education problem. At the time, I thought that is ingenious, but I actually think that's a bad idea now because you would never get people to agree to that. Like it would just never happen. It's one of those things that, and it's one of those things that an elite person can pat themselves on the back and say, "Oh, good job. This is how we fix this problem." But these people can't see it. It's not practical. If it's not practical, it's not a good solution. You can't just give someone an ideal, like in a utopian sort of idea that has no workability about it, and then say, well, until you do this, we can't fix the system. But I don't think crowdfunding is the answer. I think that would actually be worse off than funding them through property taxes. Dirty Work says, I think we will see better engagement in the mathematics if they incorporated finances because it's something tangible that young people can relate to and engage with. Uh, no. I mean, look, if for the last 2,000 years they've been teaching mathematics, people have been able to get ahead with it. Why do they now need something quote unquote tangible to make it more salient to kids? Meanwhile, there's kids in Russia and South Korea that love mathematics without any tangibility to it. Like they're like already in the seventh grade doing calculus. So that's that's not the problem with education with mathematical education today. The problem with mathematical education is I think a more didactic issue. I think Agatha says, "Good night, sir. Just coming on." Thanks, Agatha, as always. It was been Agatha all along. Three Rick says, "Good night to Agatha." So idiot won't let me donate the $40. Oh, damn. Kayla says, oh, "Okay, sorry if I sounded mean." No, you didn't sound mean. I never took any offense to it. I was just kind of just laughing because it was it's just funny that you were so open about your proclivities. Agnes says it's Warren Buffett. Good night, Dirty Word. Um, Dirty Word says, I think if you fix the family, then you'll fix the education problem. Children don't do well in education without a mommy and a daddy. Now you're starting to hit the nail on the head. It's not you. You can only expect educators to do so much. Like they're already. You got educators who are expected to teach your kids, to be social workers for your kids, to be their counselors, and sometimes even their bodyguards because some places uh, want to get educators to have concealed carry permits and have handguns. That would be I think that's a horrible idea. Plus, most people who are in to becoming educators probably don't want to also become firearm toting security officials as well. I think we ask a little bit too much of them in some respects, and in other respects we ask too little of them. I think we should expect more of them as far as formally educating our kids, but we ask too much of them and expect them to provide the services that parents and therapists and security guards should provide. So, Dirty Work says you are a contrarian, lol. Eh, I mean, I don't think so, but Dirty Work says the sky is blue. Do you think I'm going to argue against that? I am Muslim wrote something in Arabic. I don't know what it stands. I think it says, if I willing to guess, I think it stands for Allah. Allah is great. something like that. I don't know, because there's someone else who just trolled, and I don't know. Anyway, Kayla says, "Hey, do you want to know how old I am?" Sure. If you want to reveal how old you are, um, that's up to you. You can tell me, or us, rather. Officer says, "Hey, I did all my years in school. No more of that bullshit." He said, That's your YouTube name." No, I know my YouTube name is Contrarian, but I've actually described why I call myself Contrarian. The reason why I call myself Just A Contrarian is because anytime I disagree with someone, they would dismiss me as, oh, you're just being a contrarian. Because, if you disagree with someone who holds like a majority viewpoint and you disagree with them, they think you're being a contrarian by disagreeing, where you might actually have good reasons to disagree. Whether it's like religion or politics or current events, there's usually like good reasons to have disagreement. But some people don't like others to disagree with them, and they'll just dismiss them as contrarian. So that's literally how I came up with my name. Michaela says I am 24. Okay, I didn't know that. Officer says, "Damn, I'm 26." Third says, "I got you." Thing first says, "Kayla is barely legal in this piece." I know, and she was. And thing first was, thing first, she was over. I don't know if you caught the conversation, but she was. How do I put it? She went to some adult oriented content to satisfy her needs, and then she came back to the stream. And I'm not lying. You could ask her. Kayla says, "Oh no." um, but no, I no. So I get what Officer Lemon is saying. He's like, man, I did all my years in school. I'm not doing anymore, and I get what that means. Like, it's so for the same reason. Like my father, like he got his when he became a lawyer, he got his JD and said that he could go back to school for more, but he was tired of it. And I didn't understand that because I didn't know when it came to law school that the JD isn't the highest degree in law. It's actually the master's, and the master of law is the highest degree in for a lawyer. The reason being is that the JD didn't come about to about I'm gonna say about 30 years ago. To become a lawyer, it used to be the bachelor of you used to get a bachelor of law, but because you spent the same amount of years in professional school as a doctor, they wanted their degree to match that of a doctor. So they re, they renamed it the juris the juris of doctor excuse me the doctor of juris, or doctor of law, or the JD for short. Whereas overseas they still call it like the bachelor of law, or LLB, or whatever. Um, So there has always so above that was the master of law, where you can actually specialize in a particular field of legal work. And so I remember my father was saying he's like, man, he said, I'm so done with school. I'm not doing any more school because, he had did his bachelor's, he had did a master's in finance, he went to school to become a CPA, and he went to law school and got his JD degree. So he was like, I'm not doing it anymore. I get it. Officer says caught in 4K. Uh, um, Chaos says, oh no, no, not 4K. He said HD 55-inch screen. Thing first says Kayla, LOL, damn, guess you gotta do what you gotta do. Kayla, new alias as Miss Candor. Kayla says my TV is about that size. Yo, Officer Loon said, yo, I'm dead. Yo. That's funny. See, this is why I like doing the Ask Me Anything format because you can get like this good stuff out of it. Like once you get rid of the trolls, you have like good conversation. Even if it's like 4 or 5 people, I like it that way. I've had streams, usually political on political topics, where it was like 200 or so people in the stream. I just couldn't follow the conversation, and it was unfortunate because it was like good. It was good dialogue, but I literally couldn't go through thousands of comments in the chat room, so I had to just go to the super chats. Thing first says, okay, time for a convo, anti Diddy subject. Officer says, so you mean you're 55 inches? I don't think that's what. No, she was talking about her TV. I was laughing because of the fact that the images that she's watching is on this size screen. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was laughing at, was the fact that she's talking about she's watching these gigantic graphic images. Think first says, yo, you think they're gonna get Jay-Z next time? So here's the thing. So people keep speculating about Jay-Z, and I don't think so. This is the reason why. Jay-Z's married. So married men know being married keeps you out of a lot of trouble. Being married keeps you out of a lot of trouble. Diddy has never been married. He's been in a long on and off again relationship with Kim Porter, who miraculously died right before she was about to publish a tell all tale of her life. Coincidence? I don't know. But in any case, he's never been married. And being married keeps a lot of men out of trouble. It's just like a mortgage will keep you from doing dumb shit. A marriage will keep you out of a lot of dumb stuff as well. There's something to say about home ownership and marriage that makes a man act right. I don't, Jay Z and Beyonce have been married for the since what 2009, something like that. I don't 2008. I don't know, something like that. I think that's gonna keep him out of a lot of trouble unless he was engaging in stuff with his wife, or some of the stuff that he did before he was married catches up with him. But I don't see him getting in trouble. The investigations I see that are looming for other hip hop moguls actually seem to be Jermaine Dupri and Irv Gotti. Those are ones I see probably getting into trouble pretty soon because there are already some investigations on them. Um, Officer Lemon says, sure, sure. So disrespectful says, I came here because I heard you were breaking your silence of Diddy abuse. No, my friend. Diddy would never put his hands on me, bruh. I throw these bows. And yeah, Diddy not treat me like Justin Bieber or Usher or what's that producer who just worked on his album from last year that he said that man woke up with woke up with two male prostitutes in the bed with him after they drugged him the previous night. Mm-mm. Not going down like that, Playboy. Kayla says, "Why you being so?" I'm not being mean. I'm just playing. I'm just playing with you. It's just funny. That's all. It's just funny. I'm literally just joking with you though. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm sorry if you think I'm being mean. I was just joking with you. Dirty Work says, "Being married does not keep you out of trouble. Look at Will Smith." So, yeah, but that's a bad example because they they were estranged. Like they admitted, like well, she admitted at least that whole time when she was fucking her son's best friend, um, like her and Will weren't even living in the same household anymore. Like they were legally separated. Like she said, she didn't hear him call her his wife until like when they came to the awards, and he felt some kind of way with Chris Rock making jokes because he has been teased about his relationship troubles for the last 2 or 3 years online, and it got to him. But he didn't admit that they have been legally separated for all this time. On top of that, there's a well there's a well founded assumption that they are swingers or have a open marriage of some sort. So he's not a good example because he doesn't have a conventional marriage. I'm assuming more or less that Jay Z and Beyonce have more of a conventional marriage than Will Smith and Jada do. By the way, she's from the part of Baltimore I'm originally from, Park Heights, and I would never date a girl from Park Heights. That was another problem. How are you like an international celebrity and you get with a girl from Baltimore? Uh-uh. Um, Dirty Work says beta. Yeah, he is. Officer says no. I'm just dead ass. Not. It's not just how I thought of it. Kayla says okay. Think first says good take. Thanks, fam. Diddy couldn't get married. He's a butt burglar. I mean, he's not the only. See, his problem is I was discussing this with my homeboy the other day. He was trying to do stuff in like the '90s and 2000s that his mentors like Andre Harrell and Russell Simmons were doing back in the '80s. You can't do that stuff anymore. Everything, we got camera phones. People are still young enough to remember stuff that happened to them, and all these guys are becoming part of the billionaires boy club. And once you become part of the billionaires boy club, you become a target. You cannot when you become a high value man, you can't do the same dumb shit that you did when you were coming up in the game. And that's the difference between like someone like Jay-Z and Diddy. Diddy was still trying to live that same lifestyle he's been doing since the early '90s when he first got on the scene, working at Uptown Records, and he started making his first millions there. Plus, you got to remember he didn't even grow up in poverty. Like his father, being some sort of gangster or something, left him and his mother a good amount of income that he lived well as a child. He didn't have to struggle, and I think that made him lack some of the common sense that other people have. So I can't speculate too much on his psyche, his behavior, and his and the motives behind the things that he did. But like I said, I think married men who are, and when I say married men, I mean men in conventional marriages, not open marriages like Will Smith or whatever he and Jadakiss had, because they were separated. And then when they were together, they were in some sort of open marriage where they would go to Hollywood parties and try to bang other people, whatever. Um, in any case, um, being in a marriage will keep a guy out of a lot of trouble. That's all I'm saying. It's kept me out of trouble being married to my wife for the last 7 years. Um, Home ownership too will keep you out of trouble. But when it comes to like relationship stuff, I think a marriage is a better thing for a guy, especially once he gets into his 30s, early 40s. You need to settle down. It'll keep you out of trouble, and it provides actual benefits for guys, like tangible benefits. Kayla says, and I'm sorry I was a little thirsty earlier to put it in nice terms. I know. I guess you had to scratch that itch. So, as long as it worked for you. See, The problem, see, the thing is, Kayla, like you're saying this, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be guys trying to go into your YouTube thing, trying to trying to find your email. They'd be like, "So, I hear you like to do blah 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 blah." It might happen. So, if you get some emails after this live stream, I'm just saying. Think first is so disrespectful ODing on those caps though. I know, right? Like, I don't know why people got to put thing in all caps. It's like you're yelling. Hello to, well, I can't pronounce that. Thing first is Jada got some layers, boy. Lordy times 40. Man, I wouldn't touch her with someone else's stick. First of all, she's from Park Heights. I do not find women from Park Heights attractive. No, and she, like, and she's even like the because like Park Heights has like a Jamaican community. So, and I think her mom is from the islands. So, nah, I'm good. There's so much cheating going on in there's so much cheating going on in Jamaica right now. The stats is that 70% of children are born out of false paternity. 70% rate of false paternity in Jamaica. So that the government was originally going to institute mandatory paternity tests, but they stopped from doing so because they realized if they did so, that it could cause a lot of domestic violence in the islands as guys decided, they weren't going to take that. So they literally had to stop from doing mandatory paternity testing because paternity fraud was so high in Jamaica. 70%. 70%. Meaning you are almost likely to not be the father of that child in Jamaica. And they want to bring that here to Baltimore. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. Jada Eagles hood booger with extra snot, right? Officer Loomis says Drake's the worst of them all. Oh, don't get me started on Drake. Kayla says yes, he is. Officer says I'd be trying to hide my 11-year-old sister from. She's 11. She's gonna like Drake. They think he's, you know, they like how he looks. Can't really do anything. It's like my niece. She, like, even her brother be like, "You're ratchet," like, cause she'll be listening to like Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B, and she used to always do that. What's the is it Megan or Cardi does that? Okay, that what's that? Or whatever she does. When she like rolls her tongue and does that occur or something. Occur, yeah, that occur or whatever. Something like my little niece would kept doing that, and her brother was just like, "You're ratchet." It was funny. I was like, "See, all these little Gen Alpha boys, I don't think they're gonna date black women. Like a lot of them don't like them anymore. I see it even here in my grandmother's neighborhood when I'm out on a run and I see some of these teenagers coming from school or on their way to school in the morning when I'm running, and I don't see any of them with black girls anymore. Like, and this is a predominantly black neighborhood, but somehow they found every snow bunny, every little Spanish girl in the neighborhood, and they're walking with them. I'm not even mad at it. It's just funny. But these Gen Z, these Gen Alpha boys, yes, man, it, it's gonna be different. Thing first is you're right. Those mentoring CEOs had sugar cubes in their tank. Yeah, like um, so Puffy's former bodyguard Gene Dill, he's been on the Art of Dialogue a lot of times. I think he's also been on DJ Vlad and some other platforms on like YouTube and other places. He said he was once there with Russell Simmons' place, He said, he came to, I think, give him something in his bedroom, and it was these dudes sitting in his room like butt naked. He was like, man, he said this is how a lot of these dudes used to get down. He said people like Andre Harrell and Russell Simmons. He said that's the sort of stuff Diddy, like the sort of people that mentor Diddy, and now he does what they do, but worse. Also, like I said, um, he thought he could get away with it, and he never got married. Like those other guys, they got Andre Harrell. I think he eventually got married before he passed away. I think Andre Harrell passed away. Someone can fact check me on that. I think Andre Andre Harrell died recently, if I'm not mistaken. Russell Simmons around, but he's like in Bali. People think he fled to Bali, but he says no. I come back to the country all the time. He's just living there, living out his retirement in Bali. Because if anyone's ever been to Bali, Bali's fucking beautiful and it's cheap as shit to live. Look, $200, 200 US dollars in Bali is a million in their own currency. So when you equate that, you realize you can live pretty swell out there. So he's living his best life. He's no longer married. He was supporting his wife long after they were divorced. And again, he being married, I think, kept him out of a lot of trouble because Russell Simmons used to be wild back in the day. Before he was married, when he was still like, taking care of his brother for Run DMC and the Beastie Boys and all those other groups when he ran Def Jam, um, with the other guys. He was wild. Russell Simmons was wilding back in the day. And I think when he got married to what's her name, even though she's not a good person herself, I think she kept him out of trouble. Once he married and started having kids, he simmered down. But he used to be wild. Run, his brother used to be wild too. He settled down when he got married, and he joined the cloth. He became Reverend Run, becoming a pastor and marrying cool down Run as well, because he was like both he and his brother. I don't know because they were both from Holland, Queens, but they were wild. But again, getting married, well, has a civilizing effect on men. This is why it's dangerous to have a bunch of men in society who feel unattached to anyone or anything. They feel like they have nothing to lose and they will act accordingly. Kayla says, LOL, what? Derwick says, I think jobs keep people out of trouble. Yeah. Careers keep people out of trouble, not jobs. Careers keep people out of trouble. When you have a when you don't want to lose your career, like I said, as much shit people give conservatives have it right. Some conservative values lead to better better results for people. Marriage, conventional marriages, home ownership, pursuing a career. These things these things have good results. But you're right. For the most part, is yeah, careers do keep people out of trouble. When you have not jobs themselves, because a job can just be like flipping burgers or whatever. But when you actually have a career that you've invested in, both with time, like through education and training, and money, and the years that you've dedicated to growing in that profession, you are gonna make sure that you don't do stuff to lose that career. This is why cancel culture is so insidious. It's basically a way of destroying people's careers and lifestyles by showing that they're not holding the right views on society. And for that, that's a cancelable offense where I can now call and complain to your job or your supervisor or whomever and say, did you know so and so holds the views about such and such? or did you know he did this or did that to make you lose your job? And yeah, so people can be pacified through wanting to maintain their profession. Thing first says, I never had a good interaction with folks from the Heights. It goes left in less than 30 seconds, shaking my head. Yeah, them or like, well, I'm not gonna say Cherry Hill because I've known people from Cherry Hill, so um, I haven't had problems with them. But again, I don't go hanging out in Cherry Hill. I've only been to like Cherry Hill with people who actually live there. But I'm not gonna just go there if I don't know anyone, right? Like, I'm not gonna just go randomly see a girl in a part of the city that I don't know folks. Same thing with Park Heights, but the people I knew from Park Heights were friends and family, so that was different. But yeah, they are a special tribe of people. Kayla says, "Oh no, I didn't want random men after me in my email." I'm just joking with you, Kayla. I don't think that's going to happen. I was just joking because you were like showing, like that you have your needs, and that might excite some people. But I don't really think they're going to stalk your email. Hopefully not. I think first is the struggle is real for me and my soul sisters. I'll be keeping it in the house for now. Kayla says, he says, Kayla, good luck, dudes. Be wild, horny, and on a prowl with the Hawkeye focus, laughing like shit. Word, like I said, you never know. I mean, it might be someone that might go to her email. I don't know, but probably not. But hey, you never know. That could be an ex-husband, so you don't need to go to Rule 34 anymore, which I've never heard of. Wesley says, hey. Officer Loomis says, I'm kind of interested in Kayla, not gonna lie. See, I, I mean, y'all about the same age. I don't know where Kayla. I don't know where Kayla's from. I don't think she said. There was another woman on here. No, no, I'm sorry. She's married. The other woman was Nicole from Philly, but she's married, so she's not available. But apparently Kayla's available because guys, look, you saw what happened earlier. The lady left off. She went to Rule 34 and checked that out and came back. Low key, I was hoping I was the cause of that, but apparently no, it wasn't. Maybe it was the Jollibee chicken. I don't know, but um, in any case, she is available. So I mean, can't hurt to shoot your shot. Pun intended. Thing first says Russell was out there. My uncle got some stories. Yeah, I know. Yo, I know. Russell Simmons was wilding back in the day. Even if you look at that old movie, uh, what was that old movie? Was it Crush Groove? I, I can't remember. If it was Crush Groove or something, and it had like Russell Simmons in it. It had Run DMC. It had Beastie Boys. There was even like a small cameo with LL Cool J. That was like the first time he was ever on in a movie or TV appearance. I think it was Crush Groove or it was another movie. And yo, Russell was wild back in the day, and Run was wild. So I already know. Kayla says, "What? Why, Lumen?" I mean, hey, he's look, Kayla. He's part of the NYPD's finest. You know this man just. Do you know why you went to do what you did? He went to answer a call and almost lost his life. He got stabbed while you were watching someone else get stabbed. But he took a literal stabbing and is still here alive to talk to us right now. So I'm just saying, might want to might want to say hello to Officer Lumen. Thing first says run was savage, fam. LOL. Dope MC though. Salute. Word. Officer says, well, as a single stepdad, I guess it's all right to find new things. True indeed. I mean, it's either that or y'all can go into one of those pop the balloon joints. Like there's like it started off with this one lady, this African lady named Al I can't remember her name, but she's the original one who did the pop the balloon shows. But now there's like at least like 20 different pop the balloon shows all over YouTube, and not to mention TikTok. So hey, y'all can always try your luck on one of those shows if you're looking for someone. I don't like those shows because it seems very superficial. But hey, Kayla says I come here just for a sting, not to get a date. Okay, for I think you mean a stream, right? Not to get a date. That's cool. Hey, I was trying to hook it up. I'm just saying, hey, if you're single, why not mingle? But that's cool. The dirtiest beef says ban me for life, bro. Why? Kayla says, why do you want to get banned? Dirtiest beef says he knows why. I literally don't. Kayla says, okay, I guess. Thing first says Cherry Hill, Lord, I forgot Warwick and Poplar Grove, bringing back some dark moments. LOL, but I made it. Yeah, I had a cousin who, no, I've had two cousins die on Poplar Grove. Two of them. Um, it was sad because one was my little chubby older cousin Sean. He was like the age of my current cousin who lives here with us right now. He got involved in the drug game and all that sort of stuff, lost his life. Then his older brother, was like looking out for me, sort of like an uncle's in a way. Like he helped me buy my first car. Like he took me to a car auction. I bought my first car, which was a 3 to 3 Mazda. This is like back in 1998. Straight fresh out of boot camp and AIT. And I was back home because my permanent duty station was Fort Detrick in Frederick, Maryland. And he helped me buy a car. He told me, he used to be in the game. Actually, I think he was still sort of in the drug game himself, live in the same place where his younger brother lived with him. He died too. And my friend, I think his cousin died somewhere around Poplar Grove like a month ago. But it made, for some reason, it made that, well, I know why it made national news because his cousin was trans. And so I guess they saw it as a possible hate crime. That's why I think it made the national news. But I think it was like somewhere around Poplar Grove or somewhere near there. RC says hi. What's up, RC? I know you'll be back. So we got ladies in the house. We got RC. We got Kayla. RC, have you met Officer Lumen? Moonlit friend, what's up, bro? He said, isn't his name on the Diddler affidavit? You talking about Russell Simmons? I don't know. I'm not. I don't think so because the when they were talking about it, they said it pertains from everything from 2008 to 2024. So, um, but Russell's been gone for a long time, so I'm not sure if he's on the affidavit or not, or the list of people connected to the investigation. Because I know, I think Russell's been well. I think he's been in Bali for at least 10 years now, if not longer. I can't see if I don't know if it's been since 2008, but I'm not sure if he's mentioned. I'm pretty sure during the either during the arraignment or during the trial, they're probably going to release the names of all the people connected if one because once the investigative phase is over, they can release more information. If they're still in the investigative phase, they're probably not going to release all that information right now. But we know that there is a lot of people in Hollywood bugging out right now because of the Diddy case. Because a lot of them went to those freak offs. A lot of them are scared that they are in his tapes. Probably helped them with the baby oil. um, and I'm gonna say this. I said this a million times. I'm gonna say it again. 1,000 bottles of baby oil is diabolical. 1,000. I mean, you keeping Johnson and Johnson alive single handedly by buying 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That's a lot of ass looting. You said I mean the indictment. Yeah, so I'm not sure. They haven't released all the names yet, but we saw that Usher deleted 7,000 tweets right when Puffy was arrested. So his all his tweets on X are gone. Pink deleted all her tweets. I didn't even know Pink had any connection to Puffy, but that just shows we don't know who could be connected to him because you wouldn't think the singer Pink is connected to Puffy and then Puffy deleted almost everything on his Instagram other than like two posts of his daughter. And of course, 50's been a savage on IG for the last year, going at Puffy for like the last year or two. Thing first says the stab wordplay though, dead bars, right? But I mean, no, it's serious though. Like Officer Lumen really did he literally did like an hour ago respond to a call while he was on lunch break because he was asking us. He's like, "Hey, should I go answer this call or should I send a deputy?" And we was like, "Nah, send a deputy." But he went to answer the call because someone, I think he said it was like some gunshots. Um, so he went and he said some crackhead tried to stab him like dead ass in his chest. He said because he had on plate armor, it stopped it, but he still had. But EMS was on the scene. He got checked out, and they cleared him. But that's still crazy. Like if he didn't have on that chest rig, man. One of the furnaces just got here what I missed. So the first half an hour, I was just like roasting trolls. Then we just started talking about random subjects from uh, yeah, just random stuff. I talked about Batman. I talked about eating Jollibees right here. Um, Still got some left, some little nubs. But mm, I have more downstairs. I just haven't eaten it yet. Kayla and RC introduced themselves to each other. Guys, Moonlit Furnace, one of my moderators and friends. Virtual friends because we haven't met in person yet. But when I can get a chance to get overseas, definitely. Uh, he said I just shared with my crew, so they should pull up. That's what's up. Think first says, bruh, sorry to hear that, fam. My name is Sean. Wow, man, RIP, bro. No, no, no. The Officer Lumen's alive. He's here with us. I'm saying like he got stabbed while answering a call, but his armor protected him. That's why he's still with us now because he was. I was like when he went to answer the call, the person tried to stab him through the chest, but it hit his plate armor, so it stopped it. And I was saying it was lucky because like cops nowadays are wearing the same sort of like chest rigs that we did in infantry. Well, I'm not. I wasn't infantry, so I don't want to come off as stolen valor. But a lot of the chest rigs they wear in infantry, and now even like non combat MOSs wear it when they're in when they're in hazardous zones, like they put on the chest rigs, because the chest rigs have replaced the LBE gear, that the old Alice web gear that we used to wear. Now they wear the chest rigs instead of the Alice web gear. So I'm guessing that's the sort of chest plate armor he had on. But the guy tried to go through that. It's crazy. Kayla says, how many people are there? Here in the current chat, I see three, but there's literally more than three people. So sometimes it's not updated to what's currently in the chat room. Officer Loomis says, "Dang." Thing first says, "Getting lit in here now." LOL. What up, RC? Salute. Yeah, we got two ladies, guys. So like I said, Officer Lumen meet RC. RC meet Officer Lumen. Like this man literally just took a blade for 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 the safety of New Yorkers. So this man can provide and protect. Just saying. Moonlit says Russell Simmons been at many parties per day. Diddy's guards got my crew from my community coming over soon, and there's lots of women in there. That's what's up. Maybe we can make some love connections happen. Not for me. I'm taken. I don't need Mrs. Contrarian beating me up. But if I can make some connections here, Kayla's not interested in connections. She just wants to, chat it up with us guys. Hopefully, I can maybe entice her to become a member. $2.99. Let me see. I think first is 1K bottles is wild crazy, and if it was a mixture of lubes and dildos, he said freaky ass, pun intended. RC says hello. Guys, I can't see RC. I'm probably have to put on my glasses. I can't see RC's avatar, but that's her real picture, right? That was just like with Miss Needles. Like I didn't know that was her real picture in her avatar too. She actually left a comment um on the post, and I actually went to check out the comment and saw her her profile pic. I was like, oh, that's actually her. She was like, yeah, that's actually me. But I think that's RC's real picture, guys. I think I can't really see. I have to put on my glasses. Thing first is 50 seconds, 50 cents doing a doc when it's called Did He Do It? It's airing on Netflix. And there's one on Hulu as well, and there's one on Tubi. Um, so the one on Hulu is already released its first episode like 2 months ago. They haven't released their second episode yet. That's available either on Hulu or Disney Plus, because you know that Disney Plus and Hulu have merged into one platform now. But you can still get them separately, but they have merged. So if you have a Hulu subscription and you have a Disney Plus subscription, you can watch the Diddy uh, docu series. But it's only had one episode so far. I don't. The Tubi is just one. It's just. I think the Tubi isn't an episodic series. It's just one in like a movie format. And of course, it's Tubi, so you know that's gonna be the worst out of the three. It's Tubi. Netflix is probably because it's actually about 50, and he's an actual insider. He's probably gonna know his. I'm guessing his is probably gonna be the best. Um, RC says, I feel bad for the daughters. They lost their mom, and now they're dead. Yeah, and the sketchy thing is we don't know if the dad has something to do with the mom losing her life, because it seemed rather just in that how do I put it? The way she lost her life, it just seemed so sudden. I mean, that can happen to be sure, but when you're someone of that status, millionaire status, to not have access to like medical care when you have some sort of pre-existing condition. I don't know. It raises red flags. Moonlit says how you bend though contrarian anything is better than the politics. Yeah, that's why I've been trying to avoid the politics. Um, yeah, chopping it up. We've been chopping it up about comic books. I bought another one today, GI Joe #1, but it's a facsimile reprint by by Image Comics under their imprint Skybound Comics Group. But it's a reprint of GI Joe #1 from Marvel. It's the second one. It's similar to another one I have, which is called Tales of GI Joe 1, which was released by Marvel back in like I think the 90s. So they took the first 15 issues of Marvel GI Joe comics and turned them into Tales of GI Joe, where they just printed them on better paper and re-released them as Tales of GI Joe. But it's the first 15 issues, so it's the same thing basically. Melissa says, "Did they shoot the knife wielder?" I'll assume no. So Officer Loomis said they caught him, and he said they are charging him 25 to life. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gonna get like a, I don't know, attempted murder. Like he assaulted a cop. like he's gonna get some time. He's gonna be in Rikers, and they can share some baby oil with him, Diddy style. Take that, 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 take that. Officer Lemon says, "Thanks, man. That's what's up." Thing first says member gang, and I'm gonna put up a new members only video soon. I think as a follow up to the Muay Thai workout I showed people, I'm gonna do stuff just purely on defensive techniques, like how to roll, slip, um, snap back, duck, block, parry, leg check, shoulder roll, stuff like that. I think that's gonna be my next video. But I think that's just gonna be members only. Officer Loomis is not gonna lie, this drill officer getting on my fucking nerves. Moonlit says, "Luminous, that you or troll?" I don't know what he means either. Um, Agnes says, "I love my NYPD guys. They are the best." Um, I would say Agatha meet Officer Lumen, but Agatha is, I forget how old you are, Agatha, but you're a bit young, I believe. She's I think Agatha's a teenager. I think she can correct me if I'm wrong. Thing first says RC looking frog hair fine though. Hey, like I said, I can only see a little bit of the image because I'm on a vertical live stream, so I can't really see everyone's um, profile pics too clearly. But it looked like a picture of like a real person, so I'm assuming that's her. Um, Agnes says, "So glad you are okay, officer." That's what's up. Moonlit says, "Well, I was Army. My step grandfather was a high rank officer in Sanford Police Department in Maine." Yeah, my cousin, whom I live with, she is Maryland Capitol Police. So it's not state police, but I don't know how you I don't know how it breaks down, but like she worked in Annapolis at the Capitol. Now she works at the Capitol office in downtown Baltimore. She's police. My grandfather was a firefighter. My uncle was both a state trooper and a correction officer. Before he messed up his life with drugs, he was a state trooper and correction officer. Um, so we have a long line of first responders and military in my family. On my father's side, there's a lot of law enforcement um, official, officials as well. Officer Lemon says, "What really? Dang." Mullen Farron says, "Yes, sir." Officer Armitage. Officer says, "I was." Loomis says, "I was thinking about Army, but my mom said I should stay in my range, so I got hired at the NYPD." I mean, it's a lot of police officers that are veterans, Lumen. Like, because a lot of them, that's like usually the easiest transition is going from like the military to law enforcement because it's a similar sort of lifestyle. Um, a lot of people do their 4 years in the Marines and the Army, and transition over to being police officers or firefighters, stuff like that. A lot of the guys I was with in the Army, like their civilian jobs when we were in the reserves was like firefighter, police officer. Some worked for like the cable company, stuff like that, because we did cable work in the Army. But yeah, it's a natural transition. Then you can do law enforcement in the military. You can become an MP, or you can be MP or CID. Only says he's passed in the 90s in his sleep. Oh, um, well, rest in peace to your grandfather. Um, I think you said grandfather, right? Let me make sure I got that right. Your step grandfather. I'm sorry. Um, but yeah, I definitely give it up for anyone who chooses to put on the badge. It's not an easy lifestyle. RC says, so I didn't realize Lumen was in the chat. So sorry that happened to you. Yeah, he's like I said, he's currently with us. Sitting here, man. He's a this dude is a trooper. He came from that incident and went to eating his burrito and chatting it up with us. That's what's up. Agnes says my grandfather was in the army, and after he was an NYPD officer. Okay. RC says, "LOL, thank you, Act second." Yo, that is so old school. What Think First said. I have not heard that. Like, that's not like something like someone's like father back in the '70s is saying. Like, girl, you look so good. I blah blah. That's like that old school stuff right there. Kayla says, "Do you know Lumen, RC, or what?" She said, "No, I'm just scrolling YouTube feed right now." Moonlin said, "I meant impersonating a cop is a crime, so I was asking if it's the real him, not a troll. I meant no offense. I was being protective of his name. My apologies, Lumen." No, he's a real cop. I literally thought the same thing when he first came into the chat. He was like, "Hey, I'm a NYPD officer," and I was like, "Yeah, really?" I was like, "All right," because I was like, "If you are," I was like, "That's good." I said because I've had like multiple police officers in my streams before, so I was like, I always find that cool. Like some people don't like that, and I'm like, the only people who don't like officers in their streams are people who's up to no good, right? So, but no, he was like, "No, I'm a real cop," and that's when he was telling us he had to respond to a call. Uh, Kayla says, "Oh, okay." RC, ask what Kayla's been up to earlier today. If I don't know how far RC has scrolled up the chat, but ask Kayla what she's been up to today. Officer says I've been Luma says I've been officer for 5 years and damn proud. That's what's up. They get paid better, I think, in NY than they do here. At least better than Baltimore police. they don't get paid well. I think they would get more people interested in joining the force if they paid them better. And Baltimore has been going through their investigation ever since like they caught a guy on on tape, you know, sh- showing like some Fed, some some Fed investigators that they were on the take. I'm like, you're openly doing this, so that kind of ruined the BC the Baltimore County, I mean, excuse me, the Baltimore City Police Department's reputation, because they got caught in a bunch of scandals, and then you had the Freddie Gray incident. So Mullen Mullen Friend says good job. Thank first says you're welcome, RC. Mullen says especially in New York, that's a rough place to be, like Chicago or Jacksonville. Proud of you, sir. Think first says LOL. I'm old, fam. I'm old. I think I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest person in the stream. Like I'm 47. I think you are like 2 years younger than me. I think. Kayla says, "Well, bye now, guys." Kayla, please come back. I promise I won't tease you anymore about anything. I appreciate you hanging out with us. I should go myself pretty soon. It's actually, yeah, it's like 11:18. I'll probably go at the close of 4 hours. Plus, I'm gonna get in touch with Mrs. Contrarian because she just did her little. She just had a physical, so I want to check on her, see what the results of that were. You know, we're trying to have kids, so making sure everything is straight on her end. Now I gotta make sure everything's straight on my end. I think I'm pretty healthy, but but yeah, but please, Kayla, definitely like you coming back. Um, we like the energy when you, Nicole, and RC all in the mix. It makes things fun for everyone. Like it loosens up the guys a little bit, right? So that's what's up. And now I'm curious. I'm probably gonna end up looking up Rule 34 because of her. Because now I'm kind of curious what that is. Hopefully, it's nothing rainbow like. Um, but yeah. And RC, you missed it. I was roasting some trolls earlier too. So just like yesterday when you came in and I had to roast a few people, I had to do it here too. Probably just like for the first 20 or so minutes. Um, it got so bad. I asked one guy, I was like, well, if you feel so strongly about it, um, do you want to fight? And I was like, look, I said, reach out to me on my socials. I said, I have my email and my IG and my Facebook, all linked in my description. You can DM me, and we can set up a place and a time that we can mutually agree upon. And I'm just gonna have someone film it so we can show the results of the fight on my channel. And he backed out and tried to deflect and say, oh well, you can't really fight and all this other sort of stuff. And so I just ended up banning him from the channel because I realized he was just talking tough but wasn't gonna really bust a grape in a fruit fight. So Officer Loomis says bye, much love from the NYPD. Kayla says no, it's not you, it's just I want to do some different things. Oh no, that's cool. It's Saturday night, I get it. Probably I don't know where you. Oh, you never did say where you were from, Kayla. If you don't mind telling us, like, but um, I'm pretty sure there's at 24 you have other things to do. When I was 24, I was clubbing, but the clubs aren't really hot like they were 24 years ago, really, to be exact. Like at this time, I would be like at uh, what was it? 24 years ago, that was what 2000. Oh, so many clubs, DC Live, Quigley's, man. But Club when Club Dream came out, that was the game changer in DC. Like Dream, which became Club Love. Then they had the DC waterfront. Man, it, I think every I went to almost every club in DC back in like the late '90s to early 2000s, up until like 2004. Well, no, even 2006. I went to some little club out in I forgot what part of DC that is, where all the little Ethiopian bars are. But it was, clubs were lit back in the late '90s and early 2000s. I've from people telling me today they pretty much suck. Like pretty much the guys and the girls aren't dancing. The guys are on one side, the women are on one side, all hanging with each other. Only attention you get from girls is if you like reach out to the bottle girls or something or other, from whom I hear are like de facto sex workers. I'm not sure. Um, it and it's not like the music is that great either. So, but hey, if you go clubbing, that's what's up. I'll either do that or I'll go to like Dave and Buster's or go to Champions Billiards. Stuff like that. Or just hang out, like go to campus parties. Um, we would find something to do when I was 24. It was always something to do every weekend. So you definitely should find something to do at your age. Um, Moonlit says, "Come back every time, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and smash the super chat. It's 10:22 a.m. Sunday my time. He's in Thailand, guys." RC says, "I'm taking a break from organizing my garage. That's me Saturday." Yeah, you sound like my wife. She'll and she'll doesn't she doesn't mind doing stuff like that, and she doesn't find it tedious. Like she'll tell me, I'm like, "What you doing?" She's like, "I'm just I'm unpacking all my things and stuff like that." I'm like, "That's what you want to do?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay." Um, Officer Loomis says, "LOL." Think first says, "Bye, Kayla." Loomis says, "I'm chilling in my patrol car until I get another dumb call." RC says, "So many Ethiopians in DC. I love them. So kind." Oh yeah, I've dated a few. Like there was this. About to take you down memory lane again. So it was this one named Betty, and she was definitely a Betty. Like if you don't get that unless you ever saw the movie Clueless. Like a Betty is like someone who's like beautiful, like a Betty. So she was definitely a Betty. Like she was hot. From my perspective, she was way out of my league, but she liked me too. I remember we were walking down Campus Drive when I was at Maryland, University of Maryland, and she was getting all these she was getting all these cat calls while we were walking down the campus drive, right? And guys were even trying to like the guys were trying to cook me while I'm like walking with her. They was like, "Yo, what's up, girl? Yo, you fat as shit. Yo, why you with that nigga?" I was like, "Damn, son." And so she's like, "Man, forget them." She's like, "I don't care about them." But yo, she was fine. Yo, Ethiopian girls, man. But we never dated. I don't know why. Like she was down. I I didn't have the self confidence then. I didn't realize she was feeling me. I don't know. But I mean, I'm happy with my results. I'm happy, with my wife now, my little Filipino wife. But yo, Betty was bad. Then there was another one I dated who was like Ethiopian and Eritrean. Um, so that was like. Then there was another one who was Ethiopian, but she used to live in Dubai before she moved to America. Then there was another girl I dated who was just Eritrean, and she was the one that schooled me on the difference between Eritreans and Ethiopians and stuff like that. It was a bunch of them. Um, RC says the gender wars. True. I think that's part of what's happened in the clubs. But you would think when people, get drunk and stuff, they're not thinking about all that stuff. I don't know. Kayla says, "Will I will buy now? Hope to come back to one of these." Yeah, I do it. I do these every night, Kayla. So definitely, you welcome back every time, and you can check out my long form content as well. Luma says, "Y'all want to know some of the dumb reports I got this afternoon at 4 p.m.?" Yes, yes. I used to hear stories from my friend who used to work in Baltimore police. Like, he told me he had to respond to this call with this. Uh, I think this guy was getting. He responded to this call. This guy's getting head from this crackhead chick. He's like the man just stretched out in the bed, just like this, getting topped off. He used to tell me some wild stuff. That stuff, it was funny. RC says they have the most beautiful phenotype as a collective because they have a well. So a lot of Eastern Africans especially from the Horn of Africa, so Eritrea, Ethiopia, the Sudan, and Somalia. A lot of them have have some Semitic ancestry because right across from the Horn of Africa, um, that's Saudi Arabia and the other Arabian countries. So Eastern Africans have always had like that Semitic ancestry, which is why they have that unique look. So, and then the women, it makes them attractive. At least I think so. Molly Fern says I drink at home and listen to good music. Not that EMD ish, but clubs out here are still popping. Well, yeah, because Thailand still has popping clubs. So does the Philippines. The clubs in the Philippines are still popping. He said, but I'm like almost 42. I don't want to be around a bunch of university students nor the LB's community, alphabet community. No offense. Yeah, I know what you mean. RC says my best friend is Filipina. Okay, that's what's up. You you're not from Maryland, are you? Because it'd be so funny if you and your best friend were the two girls I always see at Planet Fitness, and like there's like this little uh like stare this little gaze game we keep playing like the friend will look at me and I look back at them and stuff. And anyway, it's just funny. But it'd be funny if you actually were people you and your best friend were the two people I always see at Planet Fitness. But I don't think you're from Maryland, so I think that's highly unlikely. Muller Fern says, Lumen, what borough are you patrolling? Yes, we want to hear all that stories. Yeah, I told him the same thing. We definitely want to hear the stories. RC is asking Muller Fern, what's an EMD? Kayla says, bye RC. Mullen says, electronic dance music. Yep, all that. Because they used to call it EDM. I think I guess same thing, EMD, EDM. You see something? Yeah. Lumen says, I'm chilling right now. So he said, I'm chilling right now, no calls yet, but I got some pretty effing stupid calls at 4 p.m. Mullet Fern says, do share. RC says, okay. He says, so it was like 4:27, and I got a call about a naked crackhead with a stick in his ass running around pissing in people's yards. Man, I can believe it. And so, does New York have the problem with fentanyl that Baltimore does? Because I'm thinking this is a more of a Baltimore unique problem than I think it's also a problem in Philly and parts of Jersey. But I haven't heard of people talking about fentanyl as much in New York as I hear about it being a problem here, and like in Baltimore, like they lace every street drug with fentanyl. That's why I always tell people, if you're gonna smoke weed, get it legally, because they decriminalized weed last year under the new governor, whatever that dude's name is, the fake wannabe Obama, that governor. So they decriminalized weed last year, so you can buy it legally. So it's no, I don't see why people will still buy it off the streets, especially when the dealers lace everything with fentanyl on the streets of Baltimore nowadays. Everything. RC says, no, I'm in South Carolina. Okay. I think you did tell me that though before, last time you were on this stream. So you weren't affected by the flooding. She says New York and California are terrifying. The South is where it's at. No, well, depends on part. Some parts of the South are scary too. I mean, I guess I guess St. Louis doesn't count, but Houston has its. Houston isn't that great. I hear. I think there's some troubles in Houston. Um, where else? Atlanta. Well, I'm not gonna say Atlanta is bad, but it has its bad areas, right? Um, Charleston. I don't know. Is Charleston bad? And of course, Miami. Memphis. He hears Memphis has a lot of problems. Moonlit says, "Wow, LOL, that's wild. I'd have laughed too hard to cuff him." Yeah, like I said, it sounds like when my friend said he had to respond to a call for this crackhead. He's sitting there getting topped off by some little other chick, like going down on him. He just sitting there on the bed, but like just butt naked, just completely stretched out, relaxing while he's getting topped off. And my friend had to respond to his call, and he just seeing this dude just chilling. Like, how do you deal with that? Like, I wouldn't know how you deal with stuff like that. RC says no, we only had the outward bands, just light rain. Okay. Luma says, and I had to give him my spare T-shirt and boxes. Oh hell no. RC says, LOL. I guess there's problems everywhere. Luma says Houston, Atlanta, Jacksonville, Dallas, Miami, Tampa are not all safe everywhere. I grew up in Florida. Um, oops, let me see something. Um, can you guys see this? It says, Luma says for real, but for some reason, I get the most fucking stupid calls of them all. It's sometimes the luck of the draw. Thing first is hope he was getting topped with a raincoat. Not from. I'm pretty sure he wasn't. Come on, you think a crackhead is gonna have the foresight to say, "Well, let me smoke these rocks, but first, let me get a Trojan. Make sure we do this safely." Like, if you don't care about your, if you don't care about ruining your brain and your lungs with crack, do you really think he worries about his the health of his penis? And I doubt it. He's probably getting the grodiest of head. Luma says this white lucky bitch just sits back and gives me calls and sit and earn money. So she's just the. So you talking about the dispatcher? So are the dispatchers, are they officers themselves, or are they just like contracted? Thing first is LOL. This is getting brain on drugs. Officer Lima says yes. Oh, okay. Molan says it keeps saying message help for review. That's not me, sir. That's YouTube. I haven't muted or deleted anyone. Oh no, I know it's not you. I was saying, I was asking, can everyone see it once I press the button show? Because yeah, the algorithm will automatically hide something if it uses um, what they deem offensive words. But yeah, that's crazy, man. Did you have to give up your spare boxers and shirts or whatever? Nah, because I know a lot of officers will keep like a spare uniform and clothing and when they're on patrol because there's likely that their uniform will get ruined, like someone splashing something on them or heaven forbid they get blood or something like that on it or whatever. So I think I think most officers usually keep like a spare uniform in their car, if I'm not mistaken. Luma says, "Yeah, dead ass." Saeed said, "Hey there, what's up, Saeed?" Luma says, "But then halfway to the police station, he pissed in my car." RC says, "I'm going to finish my garage. Bye, everyone. Have a good night or day. Thanks, RC. Come on back. We're gonna have some more men flirt with you. I'm joking. I'm kidding. Okay, but no. Please come back. Same bat time, same bat channel. Luma says bye RC. Mona says peace RC. Good luck. Think first says peace RC. See, women get a lot of love over here. So even though I'm red, people might consider me red pill, but you know, think first is Lumen. Got to write a bestseller. Much love from the PD to RC. Um, I'm pretty sure a lot of I don't know if there's certain confidentiality clauses that go to that line of duty, but I'm pretty sure a lot of officers could write pretty good memoirs if they wanted to, like just on their experiences being on the force. A lot of this stuff could make for like either a good read or for good content for like some of these police dramas to come on TV. Because actually, if people don't know, a lot of these police dramas do um, take actual situations from law enforcers and dramatize them to make them into to episodes. I think Law and Order definitely does that. I, I I can't speak for CSI. I think all the stuff they do is completely made up shit. But I think Law and Order they definitely take dramatized versions of real life scenarios. Luna says, "Well, we do have a canine." Okay. Melissa is pretty sure he would be a bestseller, but I think names will have to be held back. Yeah, no, you can always change names for the sake of protecting people's identities and stuff like that. Even like in most autobiographies, people usually change the names. Like in the Malcolm X autobiography, the guy he named Shorty was actually like a composite of like three different friends he knew in his life, and the girlfriend, I think her name was Laura or something like that. I think that was like a composite of like four different girls he knew to protect their identities, um, and some other people like he changed it. Leo says, "Oh, you're hot." No thanks, Leo. uh, but guys, I'm probably gonna go soon. It's almost 12, and I want to get in contact with Mrs. Contrarian on her. Actually, let me see something. telling her I'm in the stream, guys. If you can hear me. All right, so I'm back. Sorry, I think it had to freeze while I looked up my notifications. But I was telling the wife I'm in a stream. Moment, for instance, asks Mrs. if it's really hot or raining, and Ellie says hi to you both. So Ellie, what's up? Um, she, well, she just came from a medical appointment. Lima says, guess what car they gave me when I first started? Mm, a Taurus. Well, you no, you've been on the force for like what 6 years? I don't. I think the Taurus had already been outdated 6 years ago. He said, "Nah, what? Uh, what? A scooter?" So that's why people always talk about scooters in New York. Because so I was watching this other YouTube channel, the Fung Brothers. They're like these Chinese guys. They're actual brothers. They're originally from like I think like Seattle, Washington, or Mount Rainier, Washington. They live in New York now. And one of the guys has a scooter, and I'm like, yo, that could only fly in New York because you're not doing a scooter around. They tried to flood Baltimore with the scooters like 8 years ago, and it never really caught on. Most of the guys um, was stealing them and stuff like that, but the scooters never really caught on here like they did in New York. They tried it though 8 years ago. But I couldn't believe they would give you a scooter to get around. Like that's crazy. He said, please say, oh, wow, a scooter, like electric scooters. Luma said, yes, with police lights. No, nah, come on, son. A scoot. If you, if someone else told me that, I would literally think they trying to be funny. A scooter with, um, Moonlit Fur says, I would have laughed hard if they said a horse. If said a horse or the good old Ghostbusters relic. He said I look so dumb on it, man. I know it. That's like you said. Plus, you setting up your offices for failure. I mean, I guess it's a little bit faster than running on foot, but you want you want your officers to be respected. How you gonna make officers look respected and they're on a scooter? Was Bloomberg still in office at this time? Was that the genius of Mayor Bloomberg, the same guy who outlawed big gulp cups at 7-Eleven in New York City back in the day? Because this sounds like something Bloomberg would come up with, to be honest. He said, "Yeah, better than nothing." True, but I'd have preferred a bike, like a speed bike over like a scooter. I think a bike is a little bit better than a scooter. Moon says red and blues on an electric scooter. I would have thought it was a prank if I saw that. Right? He said, "Oh, he said that was my next upgrade, the bike." It is a it. Well, technically, it is an upgrade from a scooter. Like, why would they even waste taxpayer money on scooters and just making sure people? Why not just partner people up in their patrols? I thought that's how you like save money. Is like you partner people up. And he's like, for real. I mean, but I can respect the bike. I've seen a number of officers on bikes, and it keeps them fit. But the scooter, like that sounds like something you would give to like security guards, not to like actual like full police officers. Let me turn down this music before I get copyrighted. I don't know how loud the lo-fi music was in the background, but I did a live stream last week, and it was so loud that they copyrighted me for it. So I'm gonna keep that low. Lumen says, but then 5 months later, I got the Dodge Charger 2018. Okay, now we're talking business. The Charger, that's what's up. That's what you should have had from the beginning. I can't like I don't get that. Like I'm pretty sure at the academy they teach you how to maneuver the streets in a vehicle, but then they set you on the street and give you a scooter. That's that's bananas. That's crazy. Like, all right, let's show you how to do evasive. Let's show you how to do evasive vehicle tactics, and then we're gonna hand you a scooter. Like, that's crazy. That's like that's like training someone for a fight, and they have to do like um, full contact sparring, and then they actually put them in a ring, and they're just doing like point point fighting. Luma says for real. Agatha says, was it Bill? He was the mayor then. That's what I just said, Agatha. I literally just said that. I was like that. I said that sounds like something Bloomberg would have done. Oh no, Bill, the other guy. That's right. The tall white guy, not Bloomberg. He came after Bloomberg. That tall liberal white guy with the black wife. Um, what was his name? Bill something. I can't remember. He said, "Will you say London?" Well, I said it. I don't know why. Luna says, "Keep seeing me roll in with a scooter or bike." He said, "They kept seeing me roll in with a scooter or bike." I know they were roasting all the rookies because of that. I'm pretty sure like all the veteran officers were like roasting all the rookie officers. Like, why don't you go out and fight some crime right now? Gash up your scooter. Yo, I could see veteran cops roasting all the rookies. Agatha says yes. Okay. Moonlit says in Chicago they had some very, let's say, out of shape large females on patrol, and they stayed far away from the wild 100 streets because they get roasted hard. I know. I know they cried in the car. I felt bad for them. Damn. Um, Debig says, "Thank you. You have made my day. I'm going to pray for you. You are my savior. Thank you. Glad to help, I guess. Leave me a like if you don't mind." Phase Plug says, "I want a large female." Well, you're in luck. America has an abundance of them. So if you live here in America, literally go into any city and you can take your pick. He said with extra spice. I don't know what that means with extra spice. I that can be taken different ways. Moonlit says, "I can't wait to find videos on YouTube of cops on scooters." Yeah, I have not seen this. Like I said, the only people I've seen on scooters were security guards. So I didn't know that was a thing. So now I'm probably gonna look for that. And I'm already gonna have to look for Rule 34 because of Kayla to see what that actually was that she was watching earlier. That's some wild stuff. Moonlit says, "I can't wait to find." Oh, you already said that. I already read that. Moonlit says, "Phase go to Wisconsin." He he don't even have to go to Wisconsin. Like I said, he can literally go to any city in America and find some chubby woman. Like they're the unfortunately they're the norm in America. Unless you're in a unless you're in a city this obsessed with you know fashion and status and stuff like that. Most of these places got a bunch of chubby women. Like the best places to find the women who are like fit, friendly. Well, not friendly, but fit is like places like Miami and I guess what Dallas and like LA and New York. Um, but literally anywhere you can find chubby women. There is not a dearth of chubby women anywhere in America. Even the homeless women are fat. Um, Mola says you'll find one in under 30 seconds. Facebook says that's nice. I'm going to go to America. Oh, he's not American. That explains it. Because I was like, how are you not finding fat women? I was like, I had an assumption that you weren't American, but I wasn't sure or not. Yeah, come to America, all the fat women you can have, like all of them, all of them. Luma says, go to Cassia's house. Moonla says, even my ex, she's out there. I'll plug you up. Miss Tiara says, hello. What's up, Miss Tiara? Um, Faye says, if she ain't 280, she ain't a lady. God damn, son. You mean she ain't ladies? That's ladies with a plural because 280? Dog, I'm not even that. I don't even weigh that much. I'm 160. 280? Man, I don't know what country you're from, but damn. All right. Man, you better hope you're doing your squats. Better do some squats, some deadlifts. Get that back ready. Luma says NYPD it just be pogs. What police department, I forgot what state that was when the whole department was boning that the little fat white chick. And she was married at that, and she was letting everyone in she let everyone in the precinct hit. Everyone in the precinct smashed. I can't even remember, but that became like a running meme for like a year. Like you just let the whole precinct run a train on you. That's crazy. But I think let's be honest. I think in every like law enforcement department, there's one woman that's like that. This just you know, I think in the military we got plenty of them. We all have those little lower enlisted women who just will let anyone smash. Like Moonlit says, or any Waffle House ever. No, but the problem with that Moonlit is if he goes to a Waffle House, he's gonna have to fight because that's probably gonna be someone's woman. If he going to Waffle House meeting a woman, he gotta know how to fight. You gotta know how to fight if you go to an American Waffle House. Phase plug says it goes down in the Waffle House. Like you better know how to fight if you're trying to beat women in the Waffle House. I don't recommend that. He can just go to Walmart. If he can just go to Walmart and find a big woman and instantly. Leonardo Geraldo says NYPD is in New York City. He knows that it was just a typo. Mona says 280, bruh. No, thank you. Right. He said he literally said if she ain't 280, she ain't no lady. Bars, by the way, bars. But no, it's bars. But they also going to need bars to wash their ass because it's going to take more than one. They probably get one and they probably get lost up their ass. They going to need like two or three of them joints to hit all those rolls, hit all them rolls every day. Probably like they probably use up one bar of soap every day if they're cleaning thoroughly. Nah, man. No says I'm 200. I'm short and fat. No, aren't you a dude though? He wants women. Face plug says there's more to love. Well, yeah, physically, yeah, there's more to physically love, I guess. But hey, if that's your kink, let's go for it, I guess. My thing is, so because I'm like fit and like lean, big women like me, and I don't understand that whole thing why big women like lean fit men. But I always get stares from big girls. I don't like. They look at me like I'm a piece of candy. I don't understand why. I remember coming out the gym and I was soaked because after we did after we lifted some iron, we hit the treadmill. This was during the summer, so I was soaked. So I literally took my whole shirt off outside of the car and put on a new shirt. And this girl was just like literally there, eyeing me down the whole time. Like she was just like, I'm like, yo. Luma says I weigh like 170 pounds. Yeah, like I said, I weigh about 160. So the most I've ever weighed is 180. Nono says she was weird looking too. Uh, Face plus is kind of sad. Wait, did I miss something? Oh no, I guess not. Leonardo says I weigh like 0.001 pound. Yeah, that's impossible. Mona says, "Yup, we call them bust downs in the army." Yeah, man. Yo, it was this one white chick when we got deployed. She was trying to let everybody smash. I think she was literally doing it just to try to get pregnant so she wouldn't have to go. I think I think low key that was her plan. She just didn't tell anyone, but she was trying to let everybody smash. And that was messed up because I actually liked her back then before she started wilding. Because I remember when she first joined us, because she had did like the split up thing where as soon as she graduated from high school, she would do boot camp and then come back here, I guess, to go start college, and then she would go to AIT, and so that's how I met her, and like I guess we were kind of feeling each other, but when she came back, that's when I had switched to a different thing. I had switched to Walter Reed Army, the Walter Reed Army unit, and it wasn't until I got called back when we got deployed that I saw her again. So I guess in that I don't know if she had been wilding that whole time or just after we got our orders for deployment, but she was, yeah, it was crazy. She was definitely a bust down. Moment, for instance, I left that alone because they all burning. Yeah, I never smashed any of them. There was this one girl I knew. I can't say whether she's a bust down or she just was like freaky, but she became kind of famous for a while. And she even said she was. She was like, yeah, after AIT, she said, I'm going to go back home because I'm going to be doing reserves. And she said, I'm going to go back to college. I'm going to model and do acting. I was like, really? And she was like, what, you don't believe me? I'm like, I don't know. But she was telling the truth. She went back home. She started becoming a video vixen and she was in movies. Her name is um, Tay Heckert. Her full name is, I think, Lashante, but I think she just goes by Tay. We just called her Heckert, but she was like half Korean, half black. She was in a she was in a bunch of movies and TV shows. She was in that show that showed The Game that used to be on UPN and then it came on BET. She was like the girlfriend to everyone in the football. She was the girl that everyone on the football team had smashed on the show The Game, and then she played the girlfriend that broke up with what's his name on the movie ATL. Like, remember the girl that was in the bed with these two guys at the same time? She's talking to what's the rapper um Pete um you guys know what I'm talking about from the movie ATL. So she played his girlfriend that broke up with him at the beginning of the movie. And then she was in a bunch of music videos like Busta Rhymes and Neo and all that sort of stuff and Drew Hill. So she did actually make a career for herself. She got deployed too the same time we got deployed, but she was living in Texas at the time. But I won't say she was a bust down, but she was definitely a bit of a freak. Face places I go to the gym, they love me. Yeah, big girls love fit guys, and I don't understand why. It doesn't make sense to me that they would desire a lean fit guy, although they are morbidly obese. That I mean, if that's your attraction, that's fine. But to me, I'm grotesquely. uh, I see them as grotesque. Like I no, I'm not gonna the least bit interested. Unless as I'm drinking, y'all making my stomach hurt. LOL, laughing and feeling grossed out a bit. Um, Personal taste is personal taste. I prefer Asians, but ones with a thick ass though. Well, yeah, I obviously prefer my Asians, but they don't like. I don't have to have one with a thick ass. I just want one that's like fit. I prefer them fit. I like them fit with a butt that's proportional to their body. Face says, brother, you. Like he's saying like the guy, they always do the cutaway scene of the imam. Brother, ew. Brother, ew. Face says, I didn't know the army was that horny. Moonlit, you want to tell him? Or you want to tell him, or do I need to tell him? Man, ain't enough. You know how many people catch articles over over some sexual impropriety in the army? Not to mention all the other branches of the military. Hell yeah, so much man, so much stuff goes on. Mm-mm. You gotta remember, these are young military aged men who are virile and at their peak physicality. Of course, they're and the same with the women. Like these are nubile women of military age at their top physical attractiveness. Women are their most attractiveness. You know, between I'll say the between the ages of like 18 to 26. So yeah, it's definitely going down. Um, Officer Luna says, "How much y'all bench?" Phase says, 215. The most I did so far, like, let me add up the weights. It was so I think the bar itself was 25. So I don't know if you guys count the bar or not. I always count the bar in mine. So two plates of 45 on each end. So that's 90, 90, that's 180. Um, Plus the bar is 115. Then we added 225 plates, um, which is 50. It's 165. Then two 10-pound plates, 25, 185. Um, it was at least, I think at least, damn, Luna says I bench 450. He said he benches 450. Um, so I think I benched at least 200. I think I'm gonna say about 200, but I only bench like probably once a week. Um, I do calisthenics every day. I run like somewhere between 10 to 12 kilometers every day. Stretch, of course. Um, like I said, I only bench once a week, squat once a week. My leg press is getting better though, better than my squats. I've leg press. I'm not gonna even try to guess that right now. But yeah, I would say benched about 200. But again, I'm only 160. I'm only about 160, and I only bench usually once a week. Moonlit says A phase. It's my taste. I like cosplay anime girls. Judge me, sheesh. And they can't be born or raised in the USA. Authentic Asian women treat me extremely well, and not just for a visa or green card. Amen. Amen. That's why. That's that passport bro lifestyle. They don't know about that. I'm only friend says, "Damn, Lumen, no way." Yeah, dude said he's benching 450. Damn. And he said he's only about 170 pounds. He's benching 450. Shit, that's crazy. Officer says, "No joke." No, I believe it. I'm just saying that's outstanding. Mona says, "Phase, you have no idea more than civilians trust." Um, he said, "Bro, it's all branches. I don't know about Space Force, the dumbest name of a branch I've ever heard. Embarrassing name for real." I'll be honest though, if Space Force was available when I was 17, I would have joined it because I mean it's Space Force and like I've grew up on Star Trek and Star Wars and Battlestar Galactica and Buck Rogers and all that sort of stuff. So to have a branch of that deals specifically with space-based cyber warfare, I probably would have joined it. And they had the same physical standards as the Air Force. The funny thing is the the Navy is the most out of pocket when it comes to physicality. Like those people are so out of shape. Like they're literally fat. Um, they're like their boot camp is a joke. I'm sorry, it's a Navy. I respect my Navy brothers, but it's a joke. My mother, she was like, well, my brother said it wasn't like that when he went in. I was like, Mom, when Uncle Ben went in was during the Vietnam War. I'm saying I'm pretty sure they were more high speed back then because they had to respond to actually going to war back then, in the early 70s. But I was like, the Navy's not like that anymore. I said there are literally reports of people getting out of shape while in boot camp. You're not supposed to get out of shape in boot camp. You're supposed to get into shape. And some of the drill sergeants themselves are out of shape. They're like fat. I'm like, how are you gonna be a drill instructor and you're out of shape? Space Force, not Space Branch phase plug. Space Force. It's not really weird. It's just like Air Force, there's Space Force, and Space Force is branching off of Air Force. It used Space Force was just what was called Space Command in the Air Force, and they became their own military branch. It's just like the Air Force used to be a part of the Army. They used to just be called the Air Command, and they became Air Force back in like the 40s. Um, what was it, 30s, something like 30s or 40s when the Air Force became a separate military branch. So Space Force did basically the same thing. They branched off from the Air Force. They still have the same like PT standards as the Air Force, which is pretty high for people who will never see ever see deployment in their lives. All of them are pretty much based in like either like Colorado, Florida, some places like that. But because their field of deployment will literally be outer space, they'll never see deployment. At least, well, not in our lifetimes. If they start doing like actual space warfare, then maybe one day, 50 years from now, they might see deployment. But it's not happening anytime soon. Moonlit says, I haven't benched in years, but I use adjustable dumbbells, which were expensive. Can't imagine benching 450. Yeah, I know I can imagine leg pressing 450, not bench pressing 450. Agatha says, good night, everyone. All right, good night, Agatha. You hung out for a long time. This is like the longest I think you've hung out with us for a while. Lumen says, good night. More love from the PD. Moonlit says, what's your secret, Lumen? Roids, HGH. Maybe just some creatine or some pre workout formula. Moonlit Fern says, good night, Agatha. Agatha says, thanks, love from New York. Mullen says, I feel like I would have joined too, but the name Space Force makes me think of Daffy Duck and Marvin and I know that was the first thing I thought of. They even remember they were roasting Space Force when they first came out, and they said this is going to be their logo. And they called and they showed Marvin the Martian. He was sitting there saluting with the wrong hand, like I was like, yo, that's funny. And the name of their the people in Space Force are I think they're called Space Cadets. And their uniform was they said it was not based on Star Trek, but come on, their uniform was based on Star Trek. Like, come on. This is when fiction reflects reality. Well, when reality reflects fiction instead of fiction reflecting reality. Like now, this reality reflecting fiction. They even did a Netflix show about Space Force. It only lasted 2 seasons, but it was kind of funny. It had what's his name from The Office, Steve Carell. He played the general of the Space Force in the show. It wasn't always funny, but I just liked it just because it was Steve Carell. But it got low reviews, so it only made it to a second season. But that's still better than most Netflix shows. Most Netflix shows never see a second season. They usually get canceled right within the middle of the first season. Luma says, "My father reached teach me how to fly a helicopter and how to drive a boat. That's what's up." He said, "Bro, autocorrect." No, I get it. I hate autocorrect. Phase says, "Good night. I need to work tomorrow." I sub. Thanks, Phase Plugs. Appreciate it, bro. Lonely Friend says, "Chair Force." LOL. We still brothers in arms, but behind a computer with an Xbox controllers doing drone strikes in the Middle East from Nevada. Yeah, but yo, I know from my friend who's a cybersecurity specialist, Space Force is doing some really important stuff. That's all I'll say. They are doing some really important shit. Definitely. So people might make fun of it because of their name or because they're chairborne rangers. They are chairborne rangers, but the shit they are doing is actually hella important. Moonlit for instance, still love you, Air Force. Moonlit says, Contrarian, your East Coast accent came strong when you said New York, Justin. Oh, my bad. He said, I love The Office, but I didn't watch until it was over and then binged every season. Yeah, I I didn't watch it till I think it was either on FX or it was on like TBS, and I binge watched it on TBS. Yeah, yeah, it was on TBS, and I binge watched it. But I didn't. I didn't get into it when it was like originally airing. Sort of like with Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother. I started watching those when they so How I Met Your Mother came on to FX back in like 2011, 2012, and I started binging it from then on. And then I caught up with the new seasons that were appearing on CBS. Same thing with Big Bang Theory. I binge watched most of it when it came on I think TBS, and then caught up with the new episodes on CBS after I binge watched all of it. Only for instance, oh, I know Israel got their protective dome. Yeah, but yeah, some of the stuff Space Force does is definitely some high speed stuff. Loomis says, "What's your favorite movie though?" Well, it depends on what genre. Honestly, for what movie? Like, obviously, Batman fan. So my favorite like superhero movie is gonna be Batman 1989, followed by the Dark Knight trilogy. But for sci-fi, it's gonna be like Return to the Jedi and um, Star Trek Two, The Wrath of Khan. Um, for action, um, I don't know, but I have a lot of favorite movies: Star Wars, Batman, the Craig Daniel run of James Bond. You know, starting from Casino Royale all the way to No Time to Die. That whole run with Daniel Craig as James Bond, I think, has been the best run. Um, the Avengers, specifically the Infinity War and Endgame, and Captain America, uh, the Winter Soldier. That's my favorite MCU movie. Favorite horror movies, probably The Gremlins. If I don't know if that counts. I guess favorite action movie would be Die Hard, the original. So those are mine. Um, oh yeah. Favorite anime would be Transformers the movie because that does count as an anime. Favorite comedy Ghostbusters. Moonlit Friends says Stand By Me, The Goonies, Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, Jaws. Oh, these are all good ones. Dark Knight, Game of Thrones, House of Dragons, Friends, Home Alone, Beverly Hills Cop, all of them. I could go on for days. Terminator 2, Deadpool. He Lumen says the best horror movies is Chucky, Fight Me. Well, the first Chucky was good. The sequels, you know, each sequel got progressively worse. Like two was okay. Three, I don't remember. Wait, three was before the Bride of Chucky, right? I can't remember. So I think it was like one, two, three. Then it was like the Bride of Chucky. Then it was the one where then they had a son. Then there was the eventual reboot where it had Mark Hamill playing the voice of Chucky. Luma says best anime is Naruto. Fight Me. Well, if you're talking about series, I was just talking about anime movie. My favorite is Transformers. Um, as far as TV show, um, mm, I don't know. I'll I'll say between Attack on Titan. Um, Naruto is good though. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, Attack on Titan, Vinland Saga. They're actually made by the same two the same studio. Um, Dragon Ball Z, more or less. Although I like Super better because it's better written than Dragon Ball Z. But you don't get Super without Z, right? One Punch Man, best. Let me see. Voltron, the original Voltron. Definitely, I gotta definitely got throwing Voltron. So I'm only friends with Child Play 1, 2, and 3. The others ain't my taste. Yeah, because I think after 3 was like the Bride of Chucky and all that little gimmicky type stuff that they tried to keep the franchise alive. I'm only friends with Attack on Titan, Lumen Fight Me. He said bet. He said standby unit, get a tactical unit to his location. Demon Slayer and Bleach arrest me on that. Yeah, Demon Slayer is good. But do you guys remember Goblin Slayer? Like Goblin, I don't think Goblin Slayer gets a lot of love. Goblin Slayer is dope as hell. Yo, Goblin Slayer is really good. That does that. I think Goblin Slayer gets slept on because I think people might mix it in with Demon Slayer. But yo, Goblin Slayer is really good. They did a second season. I'm hoping they do a third season, but they might not. But Goblin Slayer is really good. It's so many. It's so many anime series though. That's gonna be hard to tie down. Like my favorite one. Like I said, the ones that is immediately on Spike is gonna come to mind is my first anime that I really loved, which was Voltron back in like '84. Then like I said, like Attack on Titan, Dragon Ball Z, and Vinland Saga. Maliferent says 10-4. Loomis says bet. No says the most I ever got into was Digimon and Pokemon. That's fair. I never watched Digimon because I just thought it was like a cheap ripoff of Pokemon. Even though I think the Digimon actually came first as far as it being a game. I think Pokemon the show came out first before Digimon the TV series, but I think the card game came out first before Pokemon. I think. Monga first says only played Pokemon, never watched it. I'm the opposite. I only watched it. I never played it. Luma says you better take that back. um, Auto reverse says buenas noches, saludos desde Uruguay. He was saying basically good nights, salute from Uruguay. Thank you. No says it was a cheap ripoff of Pokemon. Yeah, I guess it was. Am I confusing it with another show? Am I confusing it with Yu-Gi-Oh? Because no, Pokemon preceded Yu-Gi-Oh too, but it was either Digimon. I think it was Digimon. Like the the so the cartoon came out after Pokemon, but I think the actual game came out prior to the Pokemon game. You guys can check me on that. I'm not sure. Luma says, "Don't get mad, but I spent 600,000 600,000 in You had 600,000 to spend in Pokemon? Damn, you're like the dude on the beginning of the Yu-Gi-Oh season, the first season. um, I've never had 600,000 to spend on anything. Like, damn." Moonlit says, "I'm in Bangkok, sir. I've dropped my address on my YouTube, but understand police are easily bribed here because they make no money. $10 USD over 17 years. Never got a ticket." He said, "I ain't rich though." That's still a lot of money to drop on Pokemon cards. 600,000. Like, I get it because like So, for instance, for me, if I could get an original first printing of DC Comics number 27, the first appearance of Batman, it's like worth a million, is a million and a half right now. If I could cop that, I would get it in glass case and all of that. Molly Fern says, and yes, I have Pokemon collection of items and games. No no says, I don't have $6 to spend on Pokemon cards. $6. That man dropped $600,000, not $6. He dropped 600,000. Six. That's a few zeros above six. Just a few. um, Captain Caveman says, "Yo, let me." Well, I don't know who you talking about, bro, but you about to be out of here, man. We not doing that over here. Officer Loomis says I had to take a loan from the bank. Wait, they approved. How did you get that approved? You must have some major collateral for them to approve that, because I can't see a bank. I I can't see a bank officer approve like I mean you can probably go to some loan originator and they might put it through, but that doesn't mean the bank is going to approve it. I don't know how that got approved, honestly, from the bank, unless you had like some major collateral on your end to back that up. No, no says I used to have a Charizard car when I was like 11. I'm pretty sure it could buy me a car right now. Yeah, if you have one of those original, if you got one of those originals, hold on to it. I see. I didn't get into the original Pokemon cards and stuff like that. I didn't even know about them. The first time I knew about Pokemon was the game, was like the Nintendo game. I didn't know it was like an actual card game when the cartoon first came out. That wasn't until after the fact that I found that out. Moonly says Post Malone spent like $3 million for the only Lord of the Ring Magic card. That's a lot. I haven't even. I had even. I have like a starter deck of Magic the Gathering. I still haven't played it, and I have a D&D starter set that I haven't played either. Not that D&D is a card game, but you get what I'm saying. Like it falls all into that like role playing game stuff, and I haven't played any of them. The only um, Pokemon cards I have are the ones I get from the McDonald's Happy Meals. Like I always get my homeboy Pikachu, and then whatever comes, if it's like a whole deck, then I keep those. But I definitely want the one that comes with Pikachu. Nono says the Charizard card. Yeah. Officer Lemon says, but my brother, he spent $900,000 on one Pokemon card. I couldn't believe him until he showed me the paperwork. So when you guys pay that much, right? It's like graded and like it's like you have some like sort of like grading system for it or authentication. Like I don't know if CGC does the grading for the cards like they do with like collectibles and with comics, but I guess you could go through something like the CGC to get things authenticated. Nono says I used to play the card game with my cousin. We had like little glass rocks that represented all the damage you did. That same cousin stole all my Pokemon cards and sport cards when he became a tweaker. Yeah, so when I was a kid, I used to collect baseball cards, and my father bought me the rookie baseball cards for Bo Jackson and Ken Griffey Jr. And I'm pretty sure my uncle stole those. Either he did or some friends I had back in Chicago right before I moved to Baltimore. I can never discover who stole it because My uncle did steal my entire baseball card collection, but I think it was my friends in Chicago that stole my two rookie cards. And I even had a error card in my collection too, so that was probably would have been worth some money. Moonlit says Snorlax, Plushie, and Eevee's and one evolution of her figurines. One is gold and worth a lot. Eevee and Scorn Bunny are my favorite. Scorn Bunny Elevies to Sandarance, and I wreck people on Discord with him. I think wasn't the Burger King those golden Burger King Pokemon cards worth a lot of money too because they were like a special edition. Um, but I remember I think hearing that those little Burger King Pokemon cards were worth a lot of money. Melissa says, and yeah, I've watched Pokemon just only fight scenes on YouTube. I know it says the best card I had was a 1989 Deion Sanders rookie card. Yeah, that's good. Like I said, mine were older than that. Like Bo Jackson and Ken Griffey Jr. got them at the same time. They were in a glass case seal and all of that. And I think it was my so-called friends that stole it because I had these guys who were supposed to be my friends. They broke into my house one day and stole my video games. And the only reason I knew is because I was over the guy's house and saw my very video games that I was missing. And I think so. I told my mother. So she called his mom. They called his mom, and they admitted that he and the other friend had actually broken into my window one day, went into my bedroom, and stole my video games and stuff like that. I think they also stole my baseball cards, but I didn't realize they were missing at the time. Mullen Fern says, Shy Town people steal everything for no reason. He's out. I love Deion Sanders. Yeah, and it's like, yo, the messed up thing is the guy whose house I found the cartridges, I used to defend him at school because they used to say, "Oh, he's just this little ashy, dark black dude from the ghetto from Chicago." Because we lived in the suburbs. We lived out like between Cook County and Will County. Um, so that was like University Park on the Cook County side, and on the Will County side was Park Forest. And so I took up for him. I was like, "Y'all leave him alone," because they was like, "Oh, they gave him the blues." It was like, "Oh, he's ashy. His hair is nappy." It was like he looks like some little ghetto trash from Chicago. And I used to take up for him. I'm like, so I'll take it up for you, and here you stealing from me. We were like, I was still cordial with him, but I didn't hang out with him anymore after that. Um, Nono says I didn't have anything sealed. I had a binder with the plastic thing inside. You could put all your cards in. No, I had that. So I had a huge, like, I had a huge binder about this thick. No Diddy, but it was about this thick, and I had all of them were filled with card sleeves. Like the whole binder was filled with card sleeves. I had like hundreds upon hundreds of cards. Some of them were even, I even had a few basketball cards in there, but most of them were all baseball cards. And so the rookie cards I had separately because they were in these little mini cases, glass cases. And I lost those, and I think my friend stole those. And then when I moved back to Baltimore, like when I was 13, my entire binder went missing, and that was around the time that my uncle was tweaking. Like he used to like shoot up drugs and shit. Because we found the reason we know he was doing drugs because my his daughter, my cousin, found his little kit of drugs with the needles and everything and showed them to my grandmother. I think she got a beating that day from him. He used to beat on her badly, but man, I was so mad when that binder of baseball cards went missing. I stopped collecting cards. I was like, I don't want to collect anymore. I'm not trying to restart because that was like hundreds of cards that I had bought and traded. And, nah. Nono says Moonlit. When I was 8 or 9, Deion Sanders had a action figure of himself when he played for the Seminoles in college. I had that. He was my favorite player. Austin Lemon said they just haters. Yeah, man. I haven't gotten into like really card collecting since I lost my baseball cards back when I was 13. Like I've slowly gotten into collecting like trading cards for like movies and stuff like that and Pokemon. And I'm about to get some Yu-Gi-Oh cards because I when I was at the comic book store earlier today, they had Yu-Gi-Oh, but I couldn't find like they didn't have the first generation Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which aren't that much by the way, because Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have the same demand for it as Pokemon. So you can get the first generation cards and it's still really cheap. But I wanted a Dark Magician card. He had no Dark Magician cards. Um, one of the friends says, yeah, they stole my Kenwood stereo, two 12-inch speakers, six disc player, and my whole CD collection, and invited them um, and to invite them, and invited to their house to watch Inuyasha a bit and its whole family, and just keep me in. They didn't like me, so I kept my mouth shut and was staring at shit, staring at my shit. And Nono says, just out of curiosity, what was your MOS? Mine was 31 Lima, which is like cable and telephone wiring systems and installer and maintenance. So basically, Verizon. We were like the Army's Verizon. Mona says artillery for me. Hua. No says 111 bang bang all day. So oh, you were infantry. Okay. When did you get out? Because I was telling Officer Lumen earlier. I was like, yo, the chest armor he wore earlier to protect him from like getting stabbed. I was like, the I think all the police are getting the same chest rigs that they wear now in the army. Because see, when I left in 2004. They hadn't switched over to the chest rigs yet. They were still wearing the Alice Web gear. So I was wondering if you were in when they were still wearing the Alice Web gear, or if you came in where they were already switched over to the chest rigs. The thing I know a lot of people complain in the military now that they don't like the chest rigs because it's harder to like low crawl when you have all your equipment sitting up on your chest. But other people prefer the chest rigs. I don't know. I grew up when we had to use the Ellis web gear, and that to me was more comfortable. He Noah says I enlisted in '05, got out of active duty in '09, and went back in, but the National Guard in 10, got out in 12. Makes sense. Because I've been actually toying around with re-enlisting in the DC National Guard. They're looking for all prior DC National Guard are looking for prior service folks of any branch. But if you're not Army or Marines, then you're probably gonna have to go back through training. But if you are Army or Marines, you don't have to go back through training. You can go directly in um, to DC National Guard. They are looking for prior service folks. Um, and to me, I was like, are you guys preparing for something in DC that you need an influx of prior service folks? I don't know, but this started last year. They've been looking for people to join the DC National Guard, particularly prior service veterans. But yeah, you enlisted right when I got out. I was my like I came out in '04, but I was officially like discharged by '05. Um, and it was a medical discharge, so it was a fully honorable discharge. So no problems with that, luckily. But like I said, I wouldn't mind going into the prior service just in the capacity of DC National Guard. I'm pretty sure that would be pretty chill. But guys, oh shit, it's been 5 hours since I've been streaming, guys. I didn't even realize how much time. I'm about to go. No says I wouldn't re-enlist now, and I'm not gonna go back into war for some rich fat dude in Washington. True, but I more than likely DC National Guard is probably pretty chill. I'm guessing it's pretty, but there will be problems that pop off in Washington, but it's probably not going to be about the president. It's going to be just about like, they bring out the National Guard for all sorts of things in DC. But it was sort of it was to me DC National Guard is like a glorified version of being a volunteer firefighter. Like you're just on call, but pretty much you're going to be chilling. I'm pretty sure most for the most time you're just going to be sitting in the bay reading their reading their army handbook manual or whatever. Like I'm pretty sure it's pretty chill most of the time. Meanwhile, you get to add up years to your retirement. Um, my next guest with Khan says, "Hey, what's your channel about?" About all sorts of nerdy stuff, my friend. I talk about academic stuff. I talk about pop culture stuff. Like I talk about sci-fi and comic books. I talk about current events and politics. And I talk about traveling, and talk about martial arts. Um, also, let me says, "Well, I gotta go. We got an armed robbery. I'm gonna go get in my tactical gear and respond." All right, well, be safe, Lumen. Hope to hear from you again on my next stream, bro. Thank you. Moonlit says, "Stay safe, Officer Lumen. Hopefully, it's strong arm, not gun." Nono says, "If we get invaded, I'll do what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not really enlisting, and I'll tell my kids don't do it." I feel you. Unlimited says, "Bye, y'all. Wish me luck. Much love from the NYPD." All right. Well, best of luck. Hopefully, it's not too bad. But stay safe out there, man. And we'll hear from you tomorrow. Tomorrow, definitely come back with the burritos too. This time we're gonna chill. All right. But guys, I'm gonna go too. It's been like 5 hours and 7 minutes, and I need to get back to the wifey. Moonlit says, "Be safe and let us know." All right, so Moonlit, I'm out too, my man. I'm gonna go talk to wifey and get ready for bed. I wanted to do a second run tonight, but it's too late now, so I didn't mean to be on this late. But all right, guys, I'll catch you all later. All right, good night, guys, and or have a good day to the rest of you on the other side of the world. Peace out.